will read. The grantee shall not use its stations or facilities for the broadcasting of obscene or indecent language, speech, act, or sin, or for the dissemination of deliberately false information or willful misrepresentation to the detriment of the public interest. Now, this committee would like to determine, Mr. Chair, whether the franchisee has not violated Section 4 of Republic Act number 11442. On November 28, in the morning of November 28, as stated by Congressman Suarez, the reason for his privileged speech, there was a show. I'm not well-versed on the show, but accordingly, upon reports, there was a show. The two anchors, or how many anchors, alleged that the House, through Speaker Martin Romualdez, spent 1.8 billion pesos in travel expenses. Now, I want to know, Mr. Chair, and I would like to establish, saan po nyo nakuha? I would like to direct my question to SMNI who could answer this. Mas mabuti ho sana, may I know from the COMSEC kung nandito ba yung mga anchor nung show na yun? And let me know what show was that? Mr. Chair, sino po ang sasagot?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, the members of this honorable committee. We come here in response to a letter invitation. It's only addressed to Mr. Marlon C. Rosete, President of Suarasug Media Corporation. Attorney Tino and I were engaged to assist the President, Marlon Rosete. We are not engaged to assist the anchors.
Pero, Mr. Chair, may I know kung dito ba yung mga anchor?
They're not here, Your Honor. They were not invited, Your Honor.
Were they invited, COMSEC? May I put it on record that during the next hearing, if there is another hearing, that this committee would invite the two anchors? Because I would like to establish whether your allegations of 1.8 billion pesos, kung totoo ba to, or is it baseless or unfounded? My first question, ewan ko kung masasagot po ninyo yon to the legal counsels. My first question would be, saan ho nyo nakuha yung source na 1.8 billion pesos?
The President will answer? Who will answer?
Can I answer, Your Honor?
Okay.
I'm the legal counsel of SMNI, Your Honor.
You're in-house or
Chairman.
retained?
In-house, Your Honor.
Okay, please.
The SMNI would like to invoke the SOTO law with respect to Republic Act 11458.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
would the rules of the committee allow a legal counsel to answer for and on behalf of his principal? Our rule says generally that a legal counsel cannot speak. It should be the principal himself who should speak or answer the questions. Mr. Chair.
If I may, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm the legal officer of SMNI, so I'm one of as invited by the committee to talk in behalf of SMNI.
Yes.
So I'm not just a legal counsel, but a legal officer of SMNI.
Yes. That was my question. Because if he was retained, or if he's on a retainer basis, then I would not have allowed you to speak.
Yes.
So,
So me and Attorney Rolex Soplico are legal officers of SMNI.
yes, please proceed.
But
So
Mr. Chair, invoking the SOTO law does not answer my question. That is a totally different matter. Ang tanong ko simple lang po, saan ho nyo nakuha, what was your basis to allege that the Congress spent 1.8 billion pesos? We have to know the source.
Mr. Chair, we were not hired or engaged by the anchor, Eric or Dr. Badoy, but we were legal officers of SMNI. So we are not authorized to answer in behalf of the anchors.
So in short, Mr. Chair, you are not in a position to answer the question.
And second, Mr. Chair, there is a disclaimer of SMNI that any statement made by the anchors are not the official stand of SMNI.
Yes, Mr. Chair, although it might not be your special stand, but still, you are the franchise shareholder and you are responsible for the provisions stated in your franchise. We are talking about Section 4. Now, we are trying to establish whether you are in violation of this section. Now, also, with regards to the Broadcaster Code of the Philippines, news report shall be factual. So, kailangan factual yung report ninyo. Now, aside from that,
Mr. Chair.
news sources, only news that can be attributed to a source shall be aired. So, kung ganon, kung wala kayong source, gawa-gawa lang ho ninyo yun.
Mr.
So in short, Mr. Chair, it is very clear na ginamit lang ng MSNI to have a smear campaign against Congress. Ang dami yung violations, Broadcaster Code, yung Section 4. So that is why, Mr. Chair, I insist that this committee should call or invite or require the attendance of the two anchor persons. Ilan bang anchor person? Anong show ba ito, Mr. Chair?
Laban kasama ang bayan.
Laban kasama ang bayan.
Yes.
Ilang anchor person po ito?
There are four. Therefore, Mr. Chair.
So, pwede po bang, Mr. Chair, ibigay ninyo yung mga pangalan sa committee secretariat so we can invite them?
And the main, there are four anchors, Mr. Chair, but the main anchors, there are two. Eric Celis and Doc Yusek Lorraine Badoy.
We might as well invite all of them. So, since they are the one anchor persons in according to J.J. Suarez, they served as a panel. So, mayroon pang nagsabi na baka malaking gastos o ganito, ganon. In short, we might as well. Kung imbitahin natin sila, imbitahin na po natin, Mr. Chair. Can we do that?
Yes, we will do that. The committee secretary is directed to invite the anchors in the next hearing.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I may just inquire from SMNI, are those two anchors, do you air in Manila or are you based in Davao?
No, we're based in Makati.
So those two anchors are presently within the vicinity.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So why don't you invite them and come now? Kung nandito lang naman pala sila.
So we try to call them, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you.
Let them come now. I mean, para hindi tayo nag-aaksaya ng oras. Kung nandito lang naman pala sila. Dapat, actually, Mr. Chair, sorry, Pong Johnny, I think you should have been duty-bound to bring them along already. Alam niyo naman na ang pag-uusapan natin dito yung show nila eh. Di sana sinama niyo na rin sila. Di ba? So, but in any case, please do invite them if they're within the area, just so that we can save time. With the permission of Congressman Pimentel, of course.
Of course. Sila nga ang dapat nandito para silang sumagot. We want to know first the source. Anong pinagbasihan nila na mag-aligasyon sila ng itong 1.8 billion pesos? Anyway, since the anchor persons are not here, to put it in record, we have here the finance officer of Congress and we have the Secretary General from Congress. As I've said, the books of Congress are open to everyone, are open to public. So for the record, may I ask the finance officer or Secretary General Velasco, magkano ba talaga ang nakalaan sa budget natin for traveling expenses? Mr. Chair?
The Honorable Secretary General Reginald Velasco is recognized.
Well, I have here the financial report on the foreign travel, no? Since foreign travel was the one that was mentioned in that program. Number one, for the office of the speaker, no? These are the staff members of the speaker who accompanies him to in all his foreign trips. The total expenses of the office of the speaker from January to October this year, 2023, is 4,347,712 pesos and 58 centavos. Now, for all the congressmen and the secretariat, that this would cover the expenses, travel expenses of House members who are on official trips. The total for the same period, for period covering January to October 2023, is 35,257,411 pesos and 1 centavo. The total for all, Office of the Speaker and the House Secretariat and the members of Congress who go on official trip, 39,605,123 pesos and 61 centavos. So these are the financial figures, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair,
I'll go to the next question. The Finance Committee head is here, Mr. Maling. Do you confirm this?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Good
These are the right
I do
figures?
confirm what the agenda said.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, can I
Yes.
proceed?
Proceed.
So maliwanag po sa lahat, Mr. Chair. The record shows that Congress for the year 2023 has spent only 39 million pesos. Malayong malayo po doon sa alegasyon ng SMNI that Congress has spent 1.8 billion pesos. Now let me read again so that the SMNI officers will be enlightened. Responsibility to the public, Section 4 of your franchise, of your Republic Act. The grantee shall not use its stations for the dissemination of deliberately false information or willful misrepresentation. So very clear po dito, bawal po sa prangkisa ninyo na magsabi sa publiko ng mga maling reports or deliberately false information. Now, Mr. Chair, my question is to the SMNI, why should you not be held liable when it is very clear that you have violated Section 4 of your franchise? Ano ang rason na may bibigyan nyo sa amin na hindi kayo dapat patulan o hatulan ng violation against your franchise? Very clear ho. Ang aligasyon ho ng SMNI, 1.8 billion pesos ang ginastos ng Kongreso sa traveling expenses. It is on record, and if you want that we can furnish you the records, nanditong finance officer, nandito SecGen, ang ginastos until October was only 39 million pesos. So it would be impossible na magkakaroon po ng gastos ng 1.8 billion pesos dahil yung budget for traveling expenses ni hindi nga umabot dun sa sinasabi niyong 1.8 billion pesos. Why should you not be held liable for this Section 4 responsibility to the public, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, can I answer it, Mr. Chair?
Attorney Tolentino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, Mr. Chair, there was no allegations about the 1.8 billion pesos, Mr. Chair. It was just a question given not in behalf of SMNI, but it is a statement by an anchor of SMNI. And there is a disclaimer in every program of SMNI that any statement made by the anchor guest is not the official stand of SMNI. Second, Mr. Chair, there was no deliberate false information. I'd like to invoke, Mr. Chair, the jurisprudence of the Philippine Supreme Court about freedom of press and freedom of expression. It is part of our constitutional and Republican principle, Mr. Chair, as a country and as a republic, that there is a jurisprudence that freedom of press and freedom of expression includes some, what do you call this, false or inaccurate statement, if there's any inaccurate statement. Freedom of press and the freedom of expression is one of the highest form of constitutional right in our Philippine Constitution. That's why there was no deliberate false accusation. And third, Mr. Chair, in every act provided under the Civil Code, there is a presumption of good faith. So the one who alleges bad faith on the part of SMNI, the one who alleges that there is violation of Republic Act 11422 should be the one to prove it, because we are presumed innocent, we are presumed doing within the bounds of the law. And humbly, Mr. Chair, what we are doing here, we acted in good faith. Humbly, we acted in good faith, and there was no statement, official statement given by SMNI. And ang ginagawa po natin ngayon, Mr. Chair, gumagawa po kami ng investigation, internal investigation, kung may nangyari ba talagang statement about the 1.8 billion. Because based on our initial investigation, there was none. It was just a question. That's why, Mr. Chair, if I may, we'd like to ask that the video, the subject video, we have here a USB to be played. So anybody will be, everyone, may chance na makita nila kung ano ba talaga ang video na yan. May nakalagay bang statement, or it was just a question in the exercise of freedom of press?
Mr. Chair, may I comment on this statement of attorney? You mentioned about freedom of expression. While it is true that the Constitution guarantees the freedom of expression and speech is constitutionally protected, there are species of speech and expression that are not constitutionally protected. Among these are obscenity, pornography, hate speech, defamatory speech, libelous marks, and fighting words. It is important to note that the recent broadcast by SMNI against Congress, against particular groups and individuals, and recently against the speaker's travel expenditure do not fall under the ambit of the constitutionally protected expression. Very clear po yan na smear campaign yan, Mr. Chair. But anyway, let us go to another section of your franchise. This is with regards to Section 12, reportorial requirement. During the term of its franchise, the grantee shall submit an annual report to the Congress of the Philippines through the Committee on Legislative Franchises of the House of Representatives and the Committee on Public Services on its compliance with the terms and conditions of the franchise. Ito po ang mga dokumento na kailangan i-submit ninyo. Your franchise was granted in 2019, so you must submit it in 2020, 21, 22, 23. The annual report shall include an update on the rollout, development, operation, or expansion of business, audited financial statements, latest general information sheet, officially submitted to Securities and Exchange Commission, certificate of the NTC on the status of its permits and operations, and an update on the dispersal of ownership undertaking if applicable. Now, Mr. Chair, may I know from the Secretariat whether they have complied with the annual reportorial requirement? Marami yung dokumento ito. So gusto ko po malaman kung nasubmit po ng SMNI lahat ng dokumento na ito.
Please reply, Comsec.
Open.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
while we're waiting, let's just put it in proper context. Yung 1.8 billion, ang statement ng SMNI, hindi po yun sa entire house. Yung 1.8 billion, sa speaker lang yun. Hindi mo sinabi, hindi nila.
If I may, Mr. Chair, there was we deny that there's a statement. It was just a question na answerable pa yes or no.
Oo nga. Well, I'll have my time with you later. Don't worry.
I need it now.
But let's just put it on record, no, just so that we can put things in its proper perspective. You know, it's not the House; it was the peace speaker that they mentioned.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, that will be another matter, but may I know the answer of the committee secretariat regarding my question on the reportorial requirements? Because this is a responsible of SMNI in accordance with their franchise on Section 12.
Mr. Chair,
Okay, before maybe before who's asking, who's requesting to be recognized? Okay, somebody.
Mr. Chair, Attorney Suplico, Mr. Chair, our
Yes.
staff has informed us that we have submitted the yearly requirements, but I will ask her to bring it to the committee secretary.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, may I know kung anong year po yun? Kasi you are required to submit every year. Starting 2020. Na-approve yung prangkisa ninyo August 2019, so dapat
Yearly,
starting 2020, 21, 22, 23, nag-submit po kayo dito ng reportorial requirements.
yearly, Your Honor, since 2020.
Was
I
it,
will ask our staff to bring our
Yes.
documents to the committee secretary.
was it
for
duly
perusal.
received by Congress yung sinabit ho ninyo? Iba ho yung, kasi we had a hearing sa Meralco, we have to reconcile kasi sabi ng Meralco, nag-submit sila for 20 years. But upon verification, ang nasubmit lang nila, duly submitted, duly received by Congress, 7 years lang. So, iba ho yung sinasabi yung nag-submit kayo, iba rin yung duly received by Congress.
Comsec, do you have the records?
Your Honors, we have, since the pandemic set in, we allowed franchise grantee to submit their annual reports via online through the email of the Committee on Legislative Franchises. The Swarasug Media Corporation, based on our record, submitted their annual reports for the year 2023, 2022, 2021, and 2020, and it includes the latest audited financial statement, the latest general information sheet, certification on good standing issued by the SEC. We also have the certification from the National Telecommunication Commission on due submission by the franchise grantee, a report on dispersal of ownership, and a report and update on the rollout expansion of the business, Your Honors.
Okay, that section is clear, Mr. Chair. So that means everything is in order. Punta ko tayo dun sa section 10 of your franchise. Sale, lease, transfer, grant of usurprat or assignment of franchise. Now, we know that the franchise was granted to Suara Sug, but actually, ang nag-operate ng TV station is SMNI. Can you tell me if SMNI is a corporation?
Can I answer that, Mr. Chair?
Please.
Swarasug, what do you call this? Swarasug Media Corporation is the grantee of the franchise. But Swarasug Media Corporation is registered in the Security and Exchange Commission as Swarasug Media Corporation under the name and style, doing business under the name and style of SMNI. What do you call this? Sunshine Media Network, International, SMNI News Channel, Sunshine TV, Sunshine Radio, and in fact, Mr. Chair, SMNI is actually registered also as a trademark under IPO. So,
Mr. Chair, Attorney, you have not answered my question. Ang tanong ko po kung ang SMNI ba is duly registered corporation sa SEC.
I answered the question, Mr. Chair. SMNI is not a corporation. It is a business name owned by Swarasug Media Corporation. Business name registered under Intellectual Property Office, and Swarasug Media Corporation is operating and doing business under the name and style of SMNI. So SMNI is a trademark or a trade name, but the name of the entity is Swarasug Media Corporation.
Mr. Chair, I just want to verify whether this does not violate Section 10, no? Assignment of franchise. Kasi nakalagay po dito, the grantee, I will not read the other portions, shall not transfer or assign the assignment of franchise or the rights of privileges acquired thereafter. So, in short, Mr. Chair, tinatanong po natin sa SMNI kung hindi ba ninyo inassign ang franchise sa SMNI ng Swarasug?
Mr. Chair, there was no sale, lease, transfer, or grant of usufruct to another entity. As what I've said, Mr. Chair, SMNI has no juridical personality. It is not a corporation, but it is a trademark or trade name under Swarasug Media Corporation.
Pero bakit hindi nyo ginamit, Mr. Chair, yung Swarasug? Why use SMNI?
It's hard to pronounce Swarasug. So that's why we changed our trademark. We're still operating under Swarasug Media Corporation, but doing business we use as a trademark or trade name SMNI.
Anyway, Mr. Chair, ang gusto ko talaga tanungin yung mga anchor persons ninyo. So therefore, I will reserve my next questions if ever the anchor... Tinawagan nyo po ba yung mga anchor persons?
They're on the way, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll reserve my next questions dun sa mga anchor persons, Mr. Chair.
Before we proceed, the chair recognizes the Senior Deputy Speaker, Aurelio Dong Gonzales of the 3rd District of Pampanga. Welcome, sir, to the hearing of the Committee on Legislative Franchise.
Seconds. Manuel.
Okay. The Honorable Manuel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I proceed to my questions, gusto ko lang din pong magkomento dun sa binanggit na dahil may disclaimer naman ang show or ang network at gustong i-detach yung network dun sa sinasabi ng mga hosts. Tingin po natin hindi obra ko all the time yun yung i-invoke. Kasi ibig sabihin nun, wala na tayong mapapanagot pag ganun. Ibig sabihin, kahit sino pa pala yung magsalita dyan na kung trend na kasinungalingan ang mga sinasabi sa network, hindi pa rin mapapanagot ang network kung yung disclaimer yung gagamitin bilang shield dun sa mga maling pinapakalat. Now, Mr. Chair, I would like to address my questions to KBP. So I'd like to clarify, Mr. Chair, lahat ba ng mga media networks are bound by the Journalistic Code of Ethics?
As insofar as the Code of Ethics of KBP is concerned, it applies only to KBP members, Your Honor.
So is SMNI a member of the KBP?
Swarasug is a member of the KBP, Your Honor.
So in effect, ibig sabihin dapat ang mga pinapalabas din ng SMNI should be covered by this code?
Yes, Your Honors.
Now, Mr. Chair, sa Broadcast Code of the Philippines, ano po ang nababanggit doon regarding fairness and objectivity in programming? Ano po ang pamantayan na dapat sundin ng mga miyembro ng KBP kasama ang Suarasug and in effect SMNI?
That news should always be fair and accurate and objective, Your Honors.
So far po ba sa pagtingin ng KBP ay meron bang nalalabag doon ang Suarasug at ang SMNI?
Your Honors, I am devoid of sufficient information to conclude on that. But if the statements as contained in the House resolution are indeed true, there is a possibility of violation of the KBP code.
Mr. Chair, kasunod na tanong po natin, dahil repeatedly flag na rin ang SMNI many times, no? At ngayon lalo lang na nag-intensify na kahit ang ating August body ay hindi na rin pinapalampas. No? Of course, while we are subject to scrutiny sa lahat ng ginagawa natin, pero again, dapat nakabatay sa facts at bine-verify ang mga pinapublish at pinapalabas. Kaya when it comes to analysis and commentary, ano naman po ang nakasaad sa code ng KBP?
Again, in terms of analysis or commentary, fairness is the key to such commentaries or analysis.
Okay. With that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to address my next question to the movement against disinformation. May representative po ba? And, Mr. Chair,
Attorney Domingo.
yes. Aside from the contents of the resolutions and for example, ang binanggit tungkol sa budget ng House and ang naging mga threats din sa ating kapwa mambabatas, ano pa yung ilan sa mga examples na na-observe ng inyong organization regarding the type of reporting or what is being released by SMNI?
Thank you for the question. Mr. Chair, can I answer the question? First of all, let me just quickly tell you what the MAD is, no? The Movement Against Disinformation. We are a non-partisan aggregation of professors, historians, and other professionals in civic society who are championing the cause of against disinformation. That's why we are very active in this particular area of advocacy. And in fact, to answer the congressman's question, in fact, we actually have a pending case with the NPC concerning the Alliance of Health Workers and the case of Empeño and Cadapan. And that was mentioned in the one of the preambular clauses of the resolutions. And we have a pending case with the NPC, precisely the question on violation of Section 4 that the good congressman earlier had mentioned. So these are all pending. In fact, if I may even amplify my answer, Mr. Congressman.
Please proceed.
In relation to the false imputations focused on the speaker, what we are also very concerned about would be the disinformation and the red tagging that the SMNI had been welcoming in its broadcast. You remember the red tagging that had been done by the former USEC against a judge who issued the resolution on the prescription, an adverse resolution in prescription, and called the judge an imbecile, called the judge coming from the bowel of falsehood or something, and red tag the judge, a sitting judge who made an adverse decision against the cause of that particular USEC secretary. That's the kind of SMNI exposure or broadcast that had been peddling around. And we have other litany, and as mentioned in the preambular clauses of the resolutions, these are all true because we have already filed actual cases against SMNI on this. And we cannot deny that anymore. This would be a litany of acts that the SMNI had been guilty of having broadcasted on air. And just to close my answer, there will be no stopping SMNI from proceeding with its vicious lies and going back. It just targeted the fourth highest position or highest leader of the land. It already targeted the independence of the judiciary. What will stop SMNI from hitting even the most powerful and the most senior of our government officials? That would be the imminent danger, Mr. Chair. If this many acts that are attributed to the SMNI are countenanced and not held liable for, then everything can just be done with impunity. And they will say, for the sake of press freedom, for the sake of the constitutional right, as correctly said by Congressman Pimentel, these are unprotectable speeches. I teach media law at the Ateneo Law School. These are unprotected speeches, and these cannot be countenanced by the honorable congressmen. And I applaud, the man applauds the Congress for initiating this investigation, because it is about time that the Congress should wield its power over the grant of franchises to monitor and hold accountable all the franchisees that it had granted.
Thank you for that response, Mr. Chair.
Congressman Manuel, if I just may interject, the good gentleman mentioned that they filed numerous cases. Can the committee, Mr. Chair, get hold of copies of those cases that they have filed?
Very well, Mr.
Please submit those documents. But Attorney Domingo,
Yes.
you're a professor of remedial law?
Media law.
Media law. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
media
And
law
for what school?
Ateneo Law
Ateneo.
School.
Okay.
But I'm a graduate of the UP College of Law.
Okay. Thank you very much, Attorney Domingo.
Thank you.
Yeah,
The honorable.
to proceed, Mr. Chair, I'd like to raise my last few questions to give way also to our other colleagues. Again, to the KBP. Given na may mga ganito pong nababanggit, ano naman ang mechanisms ng KBP with regard to its members? At least maybe to advise, kung kaya pang mag-guide, to guide them, or at worst cases to like tap or warn members who might have done violations of the codes that pertain to how journalists should act and do their responsibilities.
Your Honor, first of all, maybe clarify the structure. KBP's members are not the anchors or the reporters. KBP members consist of the networks that are franchise grantees. The news and public affairs people in the station are members in the sense that they are attached to a member network. What we do is first, we accredit the persons who go on the air in a network station, and they are given lectures on the code of ethics and required to take an exam to pass it. That is how we hold these anchors and staff of member networks accountable. Because if they are found to be in violation, then we withdraw their accreditation. By the way, earlier, on the question on is Suarasug accountable, we make a distinction on the accountability of the anchors, the newscasters, etc., and the accountability of the network. Generally, if the network fails in its duty to give proper advice or reprimand or conduct investigation on violations of its anchor people, news people, then it can be held accountable. But primarily, we hold the on-the-air personality responsible for what they say on the air. There is a standards authority in the KBP, which is quote unquote the courts of the KBP. They consist of 4 divisions of 4 members each. And their task is to try cases involving cases brought before KBP for violation of the KBP Code of Ethics. So if a complaint is filed before the KBP for an alleged violation of the code, then this is referred to the Standards Authority. While the Standards Authority takes cognizance of the case, there is an internal procedure, by the way, Your Honors, where if the case is already pending before another body, government body, the Standards Authority suspends hearing and gives deference to the courts or the investigating body. So that's the mechanism, Your Honors.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Di sa ngayon po, I'm done with my initial questions and
Second round.
yeah, I can listen to how this deliberation will proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I proceed, before I ask the next interpreter, I just would like to, the Attorney Suplico was raising his hand, and I'd like to acknowledge you.
Yes, Your
Baka
Honor.
sabi mo hindi kita na.
No, it's okay, Your Honor.
I could not because he had the floor. I could not acknowledge you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now I will.
Okay, Your Honor. Your Honor, there is the network cannot tell the anchors what to say, what questions to ask. I just wanted to point out that we cannot dictate on our anchors what questions to ask, how to ask it, when to ask it. In the same manner, if there are guests there, we cannot also tell the guests to answer this way or that way. They exercise a certain degree of independence. So thank you very much, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, can I be recognized,
Okay.
Chair?
I have a question. Who's raising his hand? Yes, attorney. Sige, bago
Mr. Chair,
ako magtanong. Kayo
I'd
muna.
like to respond sana sa statement ni Professor ng Media Law with respect sa mga pending cases ng SMNI. According to the rules, Your Honor, and Mr. Chair, and in fact, under the jurisprudence, allegation is not equivalent to guilt. Yes, maybe there are pending cases, but it doesn't mean SMNI is guilty of all those cases or already violated all the allegations made by the complainant. So it's not yet final, it's not yet executory. It's still pending with the NTC. In fact, may isang kaso ang SMNI with MTRCB na na-dismiss na. So, ibig sabihin po, not because there's a case pending, hindi ibig sabihin guilty na ang SMNI. Second, not because SMNI made opinions against the speaker, hindi naman ibig sabihin na function talaga ng SMNI to destroy the reputation of every person. Ang SMNI, ginagawa nila yan in the exercise of freedom of press and freedom of expression. Citing the Supreme Court jurisprudence, public officials should not be onion-skinned. In fact, public officials should be subject to public consumption, public criticism on matters of public concern. Lalo na yung ginagawa ng SMNI, kung may SMNI man na ginagawa, which we believe wala, kasi hindi naman official na act yung ginagawa ni Ka Eric. Yung statement ng SMNI is just a statement. It's not a statement. It is just a question answerable by yes or no. In fact, may definition po ng law on libel. If you read the law on libel under the revised penal code, nakalagay po doon, allegation of a discreditable act or condition.
Mr. Chair, point of order. Are we here to be lectured upon by the good lawyer, or are we supposed to conduct a hearing? Because I reserved my Thursday afternoon to conduct a committee hearing on franchise, not to be lectured on matters that I already know. I don't know if the same sentiment is felt by the members of the committee on franchise.
With due respect, Mr. Chair, hindi po tayo nag-lecture po dito po, but respond sa statement ng isang resource person.
Sige.
So I apologize if it is considered as a
Lecture. Yes. I would like to acknowledge the person that you referred to, the Attorney Domingo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I never said there was any conviction. I never said there was an executory decision. I just mentioned that we filed cases against SMNI, precisely the sections for violation that we alleged in the complaint. So
That was
just for the
clear.
record,
Yes.
we never said that they are already executory decisions. We never said that, Your Honors.
Yeah, that was clear. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may we know anong mga kaso yung mga pinali nyo at ilang kaso yung pinali?
They are going to give us copies, right?
Gladly, Your Honor. One is against the SMNI concerning the empeño and kidapan, the interview of General Pampara.
Anong case nga? Libel, grave threats, or
This is a cancellation of the franchise of
cancellation of the franchise?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Can you please give us all the
Yes, sure.
cases?
We
Okay?
also have one,
So, ilang pong kaso yan? Para klaro po tayo.
mga 5 po.
5 kaso.
Opo.
Na final nyo po sa NTC
Hindi lang sa NTC, sa courts po, at saka sa fiscal.
for the cancellation
Opo.
of the franchise of SMNI.
Opo.
Thank you very much, Attorney Domingo. I think that's clear that there were not, he never said that, because for the record, I even asked the committee secretary and sabi niya, hindi naman niya sinabing they were convicted, no? Anyway, may tanong
Mr.
ako
Chair,
before I go.
can we request Attorney Domingo to submit the file of the cases before the next hearing?
Yes, he has promised.
Just to be clear, very clear, Your Honor, we have one is a case in the NTC against SMNI, just
Okay.
one.
And
And
for
the others are collateral cases, but not in the not in the NTC, but in the fiscal as well as in the court of law. All of them we will give you, Your Honor.
So yan ay
Yeah.
may katanungan ako bilang po chairman ng franchise committee dahil marami po kong hinihear niya ng mga renewal ng mga franchises. And medyo nababahala po ako doon sa posisyon ng SMNI na meron po kayong disclaimer, ergo hindi kayo liable. Question, is it legally valid?
Yes, Your Honor, it is legally valid as long as
Okay, yes or no lang, yun na po. Yes, it is yan position. Section 4 of the legislative franchise makes it the responsibility of the grantee, not the anchor, not anyone else, not the TV show, not the kung yan ay naka black time, it is the grantee. That is very clear in section 4. The responsibility of the grantee of the franchise over the dissemination of false information. This is an undertaking of the grantee that cannot be ignored. Actions of the TV anchors and under the supervision of the grantee, any disclaimer can just excuse any violation of the terms and conditions. Do you think it is correct?
that's why, Mr.
No,
Chair,
yes or no lang po.
Correct, but can I explain my answer, Mr.
No,
Chair?
we already heard what your position is. Your position is there is a disclaimer.
Yes.
Okay? So now I've said, and it's very clear na pag yan ho lagi ang ginamit natin, ano po ang saysay ng Section 4?
Yes.
Which is what a privilege granted by Congress. And this is a very clear section, and this was cited by the Honorable Manuel and also by the Honorable Johnny Pimentel. So I don't think, because in the future, that's why my question was, is it legally valid? Because there is Section 4 in the franchise agreement and the franchise approval of that privilege to air on channel 40.
Our stand, Your
Yes,
Honor,
Your
our stand, Mr. Chair, it's legally valid.
In spite of my explanation.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So you're saying that Section 4 is, that should now read not only the grantee, but even the anchors, etc., 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 because it's very clear that the Section 4 is holding the grantee responsible for anything that is aired on their television, on their channel.
That's why we are doing, Mr. Chair, an internal investigation. That's why we have if there is violation of our policies, Mr. Chair, we will act accordingly.
But you know, if you say that there's a disclaimer and you're going to use that sa Committee on Franchise, ba't nyo pa kailangan mag-imbestiga? Hindi nyo man kasalanan talaga yan eh. I mean, that's the position that you're putting forth before this committee today. And we're saying that, you know, na hindi po because meron po tayong Section 4.
Still, Mr. Chair, we stand that the disclaimer is valid and until a court of law declare it as illegal, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So you're saying that, okay, so now we will go on Section 4 later on because when my turn comes, because I'm already saying that medyo dito ho, klaro naman na grantee ang may responsibilidad. Hindi po, and you know, if you're going to hide on a disclaimer, how can you do that when we never authorized you? You cannot do that. Diba? I mean, you don't have because you're responsible for anything that's aired there. And this information, okay, like an accusation of 1.8 billion when it has been stated, all you had to do was, you know, I mean, yun ang pinoprotektahan natin eh. Pinoprotektahan natin yung credibility din eh. Na lahat ng binibigyan natin ng prangkisa. Pinoprotektahan po natin para tunay na maniwala ang ating mga mamayan. Kung ganyan po mangyari, tapos magkatago po tayo sa disclaimer, sandali. Pag-usapan po natin lahat ng prangkisang inaaprobahan ng Kongreso na yun. At kasama na po dyan ang SMNI. Yeah. And I would ask KBP, do you agree that they can hide on a disclaimer?
Subject to certain qualifications, I don't agree, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Okay. So now we proceed. The Honorable Manuel, I'll give you.
Yeah.
Kasi you also mentioned that earlier. I will give you, then we'll go to the Honorable Suarez.
Yeah.
The Honorable Manuel.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, short na lang din dahil ang ini-insist po ng SMNI kasi wala silang collective na responsibility dito dahil sa disclaimer, it's about the anchor. Pero kung i-observe din natin, Mr. Chair, sino po ba ang may-ari ng SMNI? Gusto ko lang i-lay down yung fact, no? It is owned by Apollo Quiboloy na actually kung
can we confirm that statement, Mr. Chair? SMNI?
That's owned by no?
I'm sorry.
SMNI is not owned by Pastor Apollo C. Quiboloy.
Does he hold any position there?
No. He's not part of the corporate officers.
No, he doesn't have any position. Like he can be like
he's just a black timer, Mr. Chair.
He's a black timer.
He's a black timer of SMNI.
That's it. Wala siya iba. Hindi po siya ibang. Hindi siya.
We consider him as an honorary chairman.
Yon.
Yes, honorary chairman, but he's not part of the, as one of the corporate officers. His name is not part of the corporate papers. He's not a stockholder of SMNI
Okay.
or Suara Sug Media Corporation.
Okay. Can we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, we can go back there to that issue later on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay. Ngayon,
May ano pa pala.
Yeah.
Gusto ko lang
May pahabol.
i-state, Mr. Chair, kasi well, ito din naman ay matter of public record na may mataas na katungkulan kanya at least na confirm natin ngayon and mismo lumalabas ang taong ito at nag-deliver talaga ng mga statements mismo sa iba't iba mga programs, kaya factor po ito at hindi natin atomize lang ang mga nasa SMNI. Ibig sabihin, kailangan din i-weigh natin ang ginagawa ng individuals in relation sa paano din ba gumagana talaga yung network. Yun lang, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Manuel. Napag-usapan na rin po natin yung question ni Honorable Manuel tungkol kay Pastor Kibuloy at yun naman ay sinabi nyo na siya ay honorary chairman. Ito po found yun. This SMNI, was it founded in 1987?
I think the president. Suara Sug Media Corporation, Mr. Chair, was founded in 1987.
Correct.
Yes.
As a legal operating name.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And the products broadcasting service includes TV, radio, streamlining, and new media. Key products include SMNI, SMNI News Channel, and Sunshine Radio, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And this is owned by the Kingdom of Jesus Christ, correct?
Not necessarily, Mr. Chair.
No. Yes or no?
No.
No.
No, Mr. Chair.
So you're saying that the articles of incorporation is wrong?
We have here an updated articles of incorporation, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
By the way, Mr. Chair, the original Suara Sug Media Corporation was founded in 1992, but now under the new name, under the present. So the Suara Sug Media Corporations, Mr. Chair, the officers are, can I name the officers, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Cristina San Pedro.
Saan po based yan, yung listahan?
SEC, Mr. Chair. GIS. Marlon Rosete. Lodi B. Ayang. Loris Nepomuceno. Hannah Jane Sancho. Ghislaine R. Ramos. Ananya P. Reyes, Mr. Chair. And the stockholders are the following, Mr. Chair. With 19%, Jesus Christ Workers Members Cooperative, 19%. 13%, Marlon Rosete. 46.22%, Phoebus Capital Holdings Incorporated. 53.46%, the Executive Pastor of the Kingdom of Jesus Christ, the name above every name incorporated. And 0% with one share, Hannah Jane Sancho.
Are you done?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, so you're now saying that this 92,
Mr. Chair.
92, year 1992. Okay, so we will double check on that. We'll double check that. Can you please submit us those documents to the committee?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Those amended documents. Okay, I will go back again to the to SMNI on my second round. Okay. Yes, the chair would like to recognize the Honorable JJ Suarez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just my questions to Attorney Mark Tolentino. Attorney Mark,
Yes, sir.
you look very familiar to me. Did you used to work for government?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
What position did you hold?
I used to be a municipal councilor of my hometown. Second,
Which is?
Cabadbaran City, Agusan del Norte. Then second, State Solicitor of the Office of the Solicitor General. Then third, Assistant Secretary of the DOTR.
Assistant Secretary of the DOTR.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I think, what year was that?
2017, Mr. Chair.
Up to?
2018.
So you only held that position for 1 year.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Why so short?
Of course, there was a political issues at the time, Mr. Chair, that I don't know what really the answer the reason, Mr. Chair.
You don't have any idea why? Did you resign? Were you fired? What was the
I
reason?
was terminated, Mr. Chair.
Oh, you were taken out of your job?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And the reason for your termination was?
I have no personal knowledge about the reason, Mr. Chair.
So,
in fact, I consider it as an expiration of my term because my position is based on trust and confidence of the president.
Okay. So you felt, so the president may have lost trust and confidence on
Yes,
you?
yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Your termination had nothing to do with your involvement with Wirecard?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, but you know of Wirecard?
Yes, Mr. Chair, but the case is already dismissed, Mr. Chair.
Dismissed?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about this Wirecard involvement in case that your name was and your person was involved in?
They said that I am a trustee of that company, when in fact I'm not.
And Wirecard was found. Why was a case filed against Wirecard?
I think that case is pending in Germany, Mr. Chair. Not
Okay.
here.
And what is it about?
It's about the online banking in Germany, Mr. Chair. And they said that I am a trustee of that company. In fact, I am not.
You are not. So how did your name be prop up and be connected to Wirecard?
Because the COO of Wirecard visited my office at that time. That's all I remember because I cannot invoke in details because there is a attorney-client privilege, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Because I'm just going through some news articles and your name keeps on propping up in relation to the controversy of Wirecard.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, and this has nothing to do with your termination as a DOTR official. Walang kinalaman. What about dealing with your sister? Kasi nakasura dito sa Rappler, Duterte files DOTR official for allegedly dealing with his sister.
It's not true, Mr. Chair.
This is not true also.
There's a misunderstanding only, Mr. Chair.
It's a misunderstanding. Just maybe a question.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
A statement.
Yes, yes.
Similar to what you just said.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So anyway, let's go back to that statement that you said. So earlier you mentioned that the 1.8 billion was a question. Correct?
Based on my opinion, based on when I saw the video, Mr. Chair, because
Okay.
I was not there during the live coverage.
Yeah, but the mere fact that you're owning up to it as an SMNI official, you're stating that it's a question.
Because it's a question, Mr. Chair.
No, yeah, but you're stating it's for a fact that it's a question. That's my question. Just yes or no.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, okay, great.
Can I
Because the reason why I wanted to stress that point is because number one, you're owning up to it as an SMNI official. Okay. Number two, you mentioned that it is a question, so therefore there was no malicious intent with regards to the statement issued by your block timers, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So why was the tweet deleted in social media?
Mr. Chair,
Why was it deleted in social media?
I cannot answer that, Mr. Chair, because I have
No, but you're the legal counsel for SMNI. We were trying to
we can give the link to the honorable committee, Mr. Chair.
we were trying to get the link, and then I don't know.
May I know the number, Mr. Chair, that we can send the link of the video, Mr. Chair? Huh? Okay.
Ayan o, nakasulat to. This post has been deleted.
Mr. Chair, the SMNI News Facebook page was
Fake news, what did you say?
Facebook page.
Okay.
Not fake Facebook page was taken down.
No. This is in Twitter. Twitter to, hindi to Facebook.
The video of Twitter is connected with the Facebook, Mr. Chair. But there is a YouTube link.
Okay. So hindi kayo nagtanggal nito?
No, Mr. Chair.
Kasi nung nag-link naman ako, dumiretso ako dun sa Twitter account ninyo, hinahanap ko dun, wala rin naman dun.
It's there in the YouTube, Mr. Chair.
So you're saying it wasn't you that took it down?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
It was Facebook that took it down.
The whole page, not just the video, Mr. Chair.
So do you have any evidence that would say that Facebook took those pages down, or am I just supposed to take your statement as hook, line, and sinker?
We can submit that to the honorable committee, the email of Facebook, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sige, fantastic. Kasi it seems like it's not the first time that tweets have been and posts have been removed from the SMNI network and for social media pages, especially when legal questions are involved. No, let me just go back. So you mentioned that this show of Ka Eric and Dr. Badoy, is that correct?
Yes, Dr. Badoy,
Yeah.
former USEC, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
okay. Naka-black time sila. Anong arrangement nyo sa show nila?
Co-prod, Mr. Chair.
Ha?
Co-prod. Co-production.
Co-production. So therefore, they are employees of SMNI?
Talents, Mr. Chair.
Talents.
Employees.
Okay, talents. So would you care to share to this committee, as talents, how much are they receiving?
I think, 100,000 a month, Mr. Chair.
100,000. And do you have a contract with your talents?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we can submit that to the honorable committee.
Do you have a copy of those contracts with you now?
Can we submit that, Mr. Chair? Still in our office, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, may I request that we subpoena the said documents? Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
That those documents be submitted immediately before the next hearing.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So what you're saying is they're paid talents.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And at the same time as paid talents, the show that, ano bang pangalan ng show nila?
Laban Kasama ang Bayan.
Laban Kasama ang Bayan.
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Doon sa Laban Kasama ng Bayan,
Kasama ang Bayan.
kaninong bayan?
Pilipinas, Mr.
Bayan, okay. Laban Kasama ng Bayan. You are familiar with the show?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. And you watch it regularly, I assume?
Maybe once a week or twice a week.
Okay. So
But not every day, Mr. Chair.
yes. It's shown every day. Is it shown every day?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So if you're familiar with the show, you can more or less gauge the theme and the rapport by which these anchors conduct themselves in their broadcasts.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And you will agree that on certain cases, they may have exceeded the bounds provided by law when it comes to the KBP Code of Ethics. Would you agree with me?
That's why, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask what is that Code of Ethics of KBP and the Broadcast Code?
So what you're saying is you're not familiar with the Broadcast Code.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I don't know if it is a law or just a code from...
So wait, okay. Now, so you're a media entity. You have paid block timers, paid talents that you actually just mentioned receive 100,000 pesos monthly, and yet you're not familiar with the Code of Ethics by KBP?
I am not an expert of that, Mr. Chair. Maybe my co-counsel can answer that, Mr. Chair.
Because I would assume, as a media entity, your paid talents, especially those in the news segment, would not only understand, but would hold close to their heart the Code of Ethics of the kapisanan ng mga broadcasters ng Pilipinas. Kasi ito ang dapat na sinusunod nilang alituntunin sa pagbalalabas ng balita.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And it's shocking that you as legal counsel just mentioned that you're not familiar. So anyway, Congressman Rolex Suplico, Attorney Rolex Suplico,
Jocelyn, hindi ko alam yun eh. Kung kaninong bayan yun. Baka bayan nila yun, ha?
Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi sabi po ni Attorney Mark, baka yung ibang kasamahan niya makatulong, di baka may tutulong kayo?
Well, Your Honor, these are talents. And talents are, beforehand, they are required to follow a certain set of standards, including the Broadcast Code of the Philippines 2007. Sometimes maybe they stray out of it, no? They violate it. But again, let me say, Your Honor, the grantee of the franchise, Warasog, I'm gonna tell them what to say, what to ask, when to ask, how to ask. They enjoy a certain independence from us.
Well, I would understand that they would enjoy a certain independence from you, but I would also believe that you should have a level of control over the substance being broadcasted by your talents. Because if you're saying that they're totally independent, what if the material that they're showing is in violation of your franchise? At sasabihin nyo, sorry, independent sila sa amin. Wala kaming magagawa. Paano kung lumalabag na sila sa mga nilalaman ng mga sections ng prangkisa ninyo? Sasabihin nyo, wala kaming magagawa. Kayo po ang malalagay sa alanganin yan. Kung sasabihin nyo, wala kayong magagawa.
Your Honor, actually, we started a internal investigation. And by the way, they're on their way here, Your Honor, in compliance with the request of the chairman.
Okay. Anyway, so I'll just go to KBP. KBP, just a few questions. Yung pong mga broadcasters, may license po ba sila na dapat hawak-hawak bago po sila mag-broadcast? Ano po ba ang patakaran ng KBP dito?
Your Honor, it's not a license. We accredit them in the sense that we require them to take an examination basically on the KBP Code of Ethics and pass it. And they are only accredited once they pass this KBP examination, so that they are held responsible for what they say on the air.
Thank you very much, Attorney. Attorney, to your knowledge, yung mga segment hosts, are they KBP accredited?
I have no information on that, Your Honor.
What about SMNI? Can you inform us if they are KBP accredited?
Sagutin lang natin itong kay Priscilla ni Bada. Ayan, pinaikot-ikot lang nila ang mga tao to cover up the issue of 1.8 billion na ginastos ni Tambaloslos. Okay, bago ka lang dumating siguro po, sinagot na po ng Congress yan. Diyan po nagkaroon ng fake news ang SMNI because yung 1.8 billion na sinasabi nila is nasa 30 million lang mahigit, 38 million lang yung nagastos. So hindi totoo. At inamin naman ng SMNI na wala silang basihan diyan sa 1.8 billion. So kaya po nagkakaroon ng hearing diyan sa 1.8 billion na yan dahil doon sa kanilang Okay? So para at least alam ninyo na hindi ho totoo yung 1.8 billion dahil meron po silang report at meron silang report ng mga travel expenses na ginastos, wala po sa 1.8 billion. So hindi po yan kino-cover up dahil yan po ay malalaman din naman ng COA kung saan nagastos at yan ay report ng COA yan ng Commission on Audit, hindi po yan 1.8 ha, 1.8 billion. So inamin ng SME na yan na fake news yun na hindi ho totoo, wala silang basihan. Okay? Okay?
No, Mr. Chair, only the Suarezug Media Corporation, Mr. Chair.
So yung broadcasters nyo wala, yung talents nyo wala.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
But doon sa sinasabi ng KBP, dapat dumaan muna sa
Accreditation, Your Honor.
Okay, so okay.
But we will comply, Mr. Chair.
No, I'm not asking you to comply. I'm just trying to find out whether or not they're KBP accredited. So that is the process that should be followed. Am I correct, KBP?
Yes, Your Honor.
And why do you think that process is important?
Well, it is to ensure that those who go on there know the code of ethics and are familiar with the rules and regulations governing their conduct during a program, Your Honor.
And after this accreditation is provided to them, is there a monitoring system done by KBP to ensure that those accredited are properly abiding by the regulations and code of ethics you have set for them?
Due to lack of personnel, we don't have an active monitoring. Our monitoring is basically post-event. I mean to say we rely on complaints, and that is the time we require the on-air personnel to explain or the network to explain as the case may be. However, if there is information given to us, we may do a motu proprio monitoring, Your Honor.
So thank you very much, KBP. Let me just go back to Attorney Mark Tolentino. So habang wala pa dito yung dalawang paid talents nyo, na kayo pa lang nagbabayad sa kanila, ano yun? Buwan-buwan, 100,000?
Yes, Mr.
Ano yun? May BIR yun? Kompleto naman siguro sa mga taxes and... So,
ito lang mga kabayan, putulin ko lang saglit kasi mahaba naman to eh. Kung halimbawa, sabihin nyo sa akin kung tama ako mali. Kung halimbawa na maapektuhan na yung kanilang mga prangkisa sa ginagawa ng kanilang mga talents of black timer, di ba pwede naman nilang tanggalin yung time slot na yon kasi nakakaapekto na sa kanila, pero hanggang ngayon may ere pa rin yon. O di ba yung ginawa sa abs-cbn, yung katulad ng Showtime, di ba? O nagkamali si Vice Ganda. O pinutakte, di ba, tinanggal sila ron, nasuspinde. Bakit sa SMNI hindi ho nila masuspinde, hindi nila matanggal? Bakit umalis ho si Mike Abe sa SMNI?
Regulations.
Tatanggap din sila ng Christmas bonus pagdating ng itong buwan na to.
We don't consider them as employee, Mr. Chair, but talents.
Talents lang.
Talents.
So wala silang bonus, walang overtime pay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So anyway, so insofar as you pay them, they have some sort of employer-employee relationship.
No, Mr. Chair.
Oh, you don't.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So what relationship do you have?
They're just talent, Mr. Chair. They're paid per episode, Mr. Chair. So there is no such thing as control as one of the requirement to be considered that there's an employer-employee relationship. That's why we don't consider them as an employee, Mr. Chair, but mere talents.
Yeah, mere talents that you have. And how long has this show been going?
Ilang taon na? Almost 3 years, Mr. Chair.
3 years. So 3 years and yet no control. 3 years and yet paid pa rin sila. No, 3 years, araw-araw umeere na 100,000.
2 hours a day, Mr. Chair.
Ha?
2 hours per day. 1 hour and a half per day.
1 hour and a half per day. Araw-araw yon.
Monday to Friday, Mr. Chair.
Oh, so Monday to Friday, 100,000. Kasi lang wala kayong relasyon.
There's a relationship, Mr. Chair, but not an employer-employee relationship.
Okay. So anyway, I just want to go back, no? You mentioned that the reason why the Twitter link, your Twitter video was deleted was because it is connected to Facebook, correct?
The entire Facebook page of SMNI were terminated by SMNI, Mr. Chair. By Facebook, Mr. Chair.
No, but when was the termination of Facebook done?
I think 2 days ago, 3 days ago. Last Saturday, Mr. Chair.
Last Saturday.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
But the link I'm talking about happened last Tuesday.
So, may I know, Mr. Chair, if what is the name of the page, Mr. Chair, so we can verify?
SMNI.
Because there we manage many pages, Mr. Chair.
SMNI.
There's SMNI, there is...
Twitter is not linked to the Facebook account being disabled, actually. To state a fact. So what you're saying earlier, that the reason why it was deleted was because it was linked to your Facebook account, is totally false. Because Facebook is not linked to Twitter when in the disabling of accounts. So you might want to get your facts straight, attorney.
We cannot open now the SMNI page since Saturday, Mr. Chair.
In Facebook.
In Facebook,
But
Mr.
what I'm
Chair.
talking about is Twitter.
Twitter. The Twitter is still there is still functioning, Mr. Chair, the Twitter.
Oo nga, but yung post nga, dinelete nyo. Ayun, this post has been deleted,
You can open
Tapos
that
sinabi
to
mo
YouTube.
sa akin kanina, kaya siya dinelete dahil tinanggal kayo sa Facebook dahil connected. And when in fact, it's not.
I think,
Because
Mr. Chair,
Facebook, your page was taken down. You mentioned Saturday. This post is Tuesday.
maybe, Mr. Chair, that is YouTube, Mr. Chair.
No,
No, it's Twitter.
Twitter. Twitter.
We'll try to check that, Mr. Chair.
I think that has to be I think your statement, because up to now, up to today, you're posting videos and news clips in Twitter.
Yes,
So
Mr.
it
Chair.
is active. Your Twitter is active.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So if it's active, why is this particular video not there?
I think the
And
best
everything is there.
person
Everything
to
that you
answer
posted before and after is still there. So it could not have been Facebook.
I
Because
think
if
the best-
Facebook did it, then dapat lahat yan wala eh.
I think the
Chair,
best person to answer
Mr.
that, Mr. Chair, is the
Point of order.
technical people.
There's a
Alam niyo yung pinag-uusapan dito na dabura daw yung Facebook ng SMNI because of yung kanilang account ay naka-connect sa Twitter. Actually hindi naman yan eh. Ang Instagram ang konektado po sa Facebook, mga kababayan. Ang Twitter po ay hindi po konektado dahil po yan ay iba ang kumpanya, iba ang nagmamay-ari sa Twitter at Facebook. Papaanong ang Twitter po, ang nagmamay-ari ng Twitter ay ang YouTube, ang Google. Okay? Ang Instagram at saka Facebook, yan po sila ang iisa lang. Meta lang po yan. So, paano mangyayari yon? Dahil konektado sila sa Twitter, kaya nabura yung imposible ho yun ha. Very impossible yun. Hindi ho pwedeng mangyari yon.
point of order by
I
Dr.
think
Pak.
our resource speaker, the good attorney, does not know our rules. May we remind him of our rules? that before he can speak or while the chairman is speaking, he should not be speaking.
Like to apologize.
Are we waiving the rules of the House insofar as this hearing is concerned? Kami, tatahimik nga kami rito eh. Daldal ka ng daldal dyan without the permission of the Speaker.
Yes. Please,
I'd like to
yes.
apologize for that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Akop, for reminding everyone here, as mentioned earlier, because the question really is of the Honorable JJ is, he said, FB's out, ergo, nawala lahat. And his contention is, how could it have been na tinanggal? Up to now nga, nagpo-post nga kayo, tsaka lahat. Andyan pa rin except that particular video. It was not on YouTube. We're definitely sure it was not on YouTube.
Mr. Chair.
And yes.
Yes, my concern why I mentioned that is
Yes.
because, I mean, if you have nothing to hide, why are you going to delete the post? You broadcasted it anyway. Is it because a point was raised here in Congress? All of a sudden, you take down that post? Is it because now it's the substance of this committee hearing on franchise? Now that post has been deleted? It begs so many questions. So, well, anyway, I'll leave it at that because it seems like Attorney Mark is a little bit confused to why it was deleted. But I'm sure as members of the committee, we can come to our assumptions, no? I'll beg to, yes, Kong Joboy, and then...
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go back to the Honorable
Yeah.
Suarez later on, but Honorable
Yes,
Aquino is
a few
recognized.
questions
O Bagusan
in
del
regards
Norte.
to, also connected with the questions of Honorable Suarez. Yes, before we also have a radio station, and I have a little bit of experience programming, which is almost the same, but medyo level up na to ngayon, di ba? But in every program, at sana program, there's always a director, di ba? Magsasubmit ka kung ano gagawin ng bawat isa. Di ba? So, same sa inyo. For the whole day, all of those who are going to have programs for the day will submit sa office nyo. This program, ano bing kanina yung what's that? Kasama ng
Laban kasama ang bayan.
yeah, and other programs, no? And they're part of that sa submission. Sabihin nila kung anong gagawin, anong sasabihin nila, and what is the topic for the day. Di ba? Okay? So, now, kung sabihin natin, di nakita ng management, automatic violation yon na hindi kasama doon sa sinabi. Because kung nakita nyo na may sasabihin na ganyan, I'm 100% sure, hindi kayo papayag. Di ba? Tapos ina-attack ng without any valid na evidence. No? Earlier, it was already explained from the very beginning na ganito lang. And we will stand by that in Congress. So it will now be your word and our word. At mahirap ano yan because that's the truth. Now, earlier, na-mention nyo, 100,000 ang, di ba, bayad sa mga correct?
Talent fee, Mr. Chair.
Talent fee.
It's not a salary but a talent fee.
Yes, talent fee or salary. You are both lawyers. Sa ordinaryong transaction, pagtatanggap ka ng pera na isang tao, always yan may resibo. Di ba? Talent fee. Talent fee, nakalagay doon ano ang gagawin mo sa talent fee. Your talent. What is your talent? Di ba? Oh, now, doon makikita kung anong gagawin mo sa programa mo. Your talent. Di ba? With that, Mr. Chairman, earlier, it was also mentioned 3 years na tong mga programa nyo. Programa, I would also like to, before I forget, I would like to ask, from SMNI, what is the difference between black timer and regular program? But I would also like to ask a copy of the first contract, because 3 years ago pa to and the latest contract of all black timers and regular. So we will see, we will find out kung ano mga trabaho nito. Kasi medyo naguguluhan ako Etong hindi mapigilan kung anong sasabihin. Hindi naman pwede yun. Basta na lang sasabi dyan, tapos pagka may nasaktan, oy, sorry, ganyan na lang. Hindi naman pwede yun. Then it's time to go back sa franchise na binigay sa inyo. Hindi pwede magtago na lang dyan sa disclaimer na yan. Very simple lang po itong in-explain ko sa inyo. I am not a lawyer. No, but kung anong naiisip ko na tama, siguro yun ang simple lang. Hindi kailangan ng paikot-ikot. Gusto ko lang makita yung first na which was 3 years ago, is a request. And yung latest na contract ng lahat ng nagbibigay ng service sa SMNI or yung isang name ng company. Or
we will comply that, Mr. Chair. We will submit all the contracts with respect to our talents about laban kasama ang bayan, Mr. Chair.
No, not only one program. Yung ibang programs din. Yung ibang programs.
May know what...
We'll see. We'll find out kung iba-ibang klaseng services as what you've said. Di ba? Then, lastly, have you ever signed contract as witness or as legal? Mga different contracts ng SMI?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
SMNI.
Yes. Are you? Have you? Answer that
Mr. Chair.
yes. They have.
Also with this, yung yung services?
I am the legal counsel of SMNI. Same time, I'm also a host of one of program of SMNI, the Pinoy Legal Minds, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, the Honorable Jose Aquino II. May katanungan lang po ko. Ano pong posisyon ni Pastor Kibuloy?
Based on my answer, Mr. Chair, last question, he is our honorary chairman, Mr. Chair.
No. Pero anong tawag ko sa kanya?
Pastor Apollo C. Kibuloy.
Is he also, what is the highest, I suppose? Siya ho pinakamataas sa Kingdom of Jesus Christ. Siya po.
No, Mr. Chair.
Sino po pinakamataas po?
The head of the executive pastor of the Kingdom of Jesus Christ is Marlon Acobo, Mr. Chair.
Marlon?
Brother Marlon Acobo.
Okay. Siya po ang pinaka...
Yes, he is the head, Mr. Chair.
Anong tawag po sa kanya?
Brother Marlon Acobo.
Okay. So, ano siya? Pag sabi yung pinakamataas, siya po yung executive pastor o...
Executive pastor of the Kingdom of Jesus Christ. The name above every name incorporated.
Siya po yun.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Si Brother
Marlon P. Acobo.
Acobo. Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, the Honorable J.J. Suarez.
Thank you very much. So I'll just continue with my line of questioning. Dito po sa... Ewan ko lang kung nabasa na sa inyo to, no? Republic Act 11422, no? Under Section 4, it's stated here, let me read. Medyo mahaba itong sentence ito. At all times, sound, balanced programming promote public participation, assist in the functions of public information and education, conform to the ethics of honest enterprise, promote audience sensibility and empowerment, including closed captioning, and not use its stations or facilities for broadcasting of obscene or indecent language, speech, act, or scene, or for the dissemination of deliberately false information or willful misrepresentation to the detriment of public interests, or to incite, encourage, or assist in subversive or treasonable acts. Nakasad po to sa Republic Act 11422.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
This is your privilege, your
Yes, Mr. Chair.
franchise.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Correct. It is my position that when your paid talents that have been in your company for the past 3 years, broadcasting Monday to Friday, 2 hours and a half, you said?
1
hour and a half,
Yes.
from Monday to Friday. When they came out on live broadcast and said that the speaker spent 1.8 billion pesos is dissemination of deliberately false information and willful misrepresentation. That is my position. And you're saying it was just a mere question. A question, attorney, is this. Congressman Joboy, what color is your barong? That is a question. But when you say on live TV, meron po kaming natanggap na balita. Ang speaker ay gumastos ng 1.8 billion pesos sa traveling. Hindi lang yun. Baka madagdagan pa yan kung isasama yung entourage. Baka umabot pa ng 2 billion. Dinagdagan pa. At sinabi, how do you spend 1.8 billion pesos? Umuwi pa ba siya sa bahay? That's not a question, attorney. That is, at the very least, malicious innuendo. At the very least. But from where I'm standing, that is a direct accusation to the House of Representatives. Now, SMNI, sabi nyo, paid talents nyo yun, hindi na nga dumaan sa KBP Code of Ethics at seminar at wala silang certification. At alam nyo, yung manner kung paano nila kinokonduct yung sarili nila, at the very least, dapat pinagsabihan nyo sila. Tapos yan sinasabi nyo, meron kayong ginagawang internal investigation ngayon.
Ongoing, Mr. Chair.
But what is sad is the following day, they came out again on TV, justifying what they said. Saying that what we said, dapat hindi kayo nasaktan kasi question lang yon. Di sana ang sinabi ninyo, yung nilabas po namin kahapon, ay yun po ay hindi po verified. Katanungan lang po yun. Katanungan po doon ay isa direct statement this challenge on you. If you can prove that the 1.8 billion pesos is true, I'll resign. But if I can prove that the 1.8 billion that your program said is false, lagay nyo dito yung prangkisa nyo on the line. Kaya ka?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Hindi, yes or no?
Alam niya mga bayan, ang tindi ng hamon nitong kongresista na to si Suarez. Kapag napatunayan daw ng SMNI na 1.8 billion ang nagastos sa travel expenses ni Speaker Romualdez, magre-resign nito bilang kongresista si Suarez. Pero kung hindi naman mapatunayan ng SMNI na 1.8 billion ang nagastos na travel expenses nitong si Speaker Romualdez ilatag yung prangkisa. Oh, matinding hamon yan mga kababayan. Matinding hamon yan. Tingnan natin kung mag-oo o hindi. Matinding hamon yan.
I cannot answer that, Mr. Chair. I'm just a lawyer, and that's not part of my authority. But before...
Kasi lang, payag ka.
No? No? No, Mr. Chair.
Hindi. So kasi alam nyo lang alanganin.
Because I have no authority, Mr. Chair, to talk.
Kasi alam nyo alanganin. Alanganin kasi yung statement ninyo. Nandiyan si Presidente. Yung President, Mr. Dapat paninindigan nyo kasi mahirap yung ganon.
If I may...
Hindi nyo na nga pinindigan yung Twitter post niyo na wala na nga sa Twitter. Tapos yung statement nyo, hindi nyo pa paninindigan. So,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. President, can you please answer the question raised by the Honorable Suarez?
I have no right to decide. I think I have to ask the board of directors.
Okay. And okay, so the question raised by Honorable Suarez is an answer that he's requesting now, but I don't know if he's willing to defer until tomorrow, or he's willing to resign anytime today. If you're willing to put your franchise also down.
If they can prove their statement of 1.8 billion pesos is true. Okay. But if they cannot,
okay. So
that is a direct violation of their franchise. Now, anyway, we'll move to that later on. Medyo nangangatog na yata yung tuhod nito. Sino yung executive producer ng show?
Sa mga nasa YouTube, baka naman. Sa Facebook din, baka naman. Sa YouTube, 93 tayo sa YouTube, pero 29 pa lang yung like. Pa-like naman po sa YouTube tsaka sa Facebook. Baka naman. Pa-share na rin ang live natin sa Facebook at tsaka sa YouTube. Thank you.
Miss Noemi Parane, sir.
Who?
Miss Noemi Parane, Your Honor.
Is he here with us today?
No. She's not invited.
Is he within the vicinity? Is she, no? Can she be invited? Can she be invited?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ano pong pangalan? Kenda...
Alam niyo mga bayan doon sa challenge na inaano kanina, doon sa challenge, matinding challenge kasi matinding hamon yun eh. Ang sabi nitong attorney ng SMNI, hindi daw siya authority para magsalita doon. So, bakit kayo ang pinapunta dyan ng SMNI para humarap at sumagot sa allegation sa inyo na fake news o yung sinasabi ninyo? Bakit kayo ang dumalo dyan? 'Di ba? Kung wala kayong authority. So ibig sabihin kapag kayo ang pinanharap diyan, you have all authority to answer the all question. 'Di ba? Ganun 'yun eh. Hindi pa pwedeng sabihin na wala silang authority sumagot. Kung talagang prove nila na 'yon ay hindi fake news, sasagutin na lang yes or no lang 'yon.
Can you please state her name again?
I'm Marlon Rosete.
Hindi po. Yung executive producer.
Noemi Parane po.
Ha?
Noemi Parane.
Yeah. Noemi. Yeah. So can we please invite the executive producer to the committee? Is she within the area lang? Nasaan po kaya siya, sir?
Nasa Makati, Your Honor.
O di malapit lang pala. Baka pwede rin po natin maantay. Kasi yung dalawa yatang news anchor niya parating na, di ba?
Para nasa vicinity na po, Your Honor.
Ha?
Nasa vicinity na po. Tinawag, sinundo na po, Your Honor.
Okay, fantastic. So anyway, I'll just reserve my other questions for my next round.
questions. KBP. Is KBP here? Nag-CR. Okay, mamaya na. Balik muna tayo sa SMNI. For the President, does SMNI monitor, supervise, or exercise oversight over the content of its programs?
Yes, Your Honor.
You do.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's clear. So, in spite of the disclaimer, you're now saying that you have an oversight. Okay. Can you describe the extent of your monitoring, supervision, and oversight of your program content?
We have a regular editorial meeting.
How often?
Once, twice a week, Your Honor.
Okay. So, and then, so when you say editorial meeting, the content is discussed.
Yes, Your Honor.
The content.
But we cannot ask them what to ask, what to say.
Correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
But the discussion of the budget of the speaker of 1.8 was discussed in your editorial meeting?
No, Your Honor.
So how did it come into the program? Paano na pag-usapan if the content is discussed in your editorial meeting?
Random po yun, Your Honor.
And do you think that that's in line with your policy and you allow that?
No, that's why we have an ongoing internal investigation right now.
How long does it take? It's been 3 days.
I think I'm not in the position to answer. Maybe Eric Selix is coming also. He's coming, the anchor.
No, I'm asking how long will it take for you to investigate? Kayo ho nag-investigate. Gano'ng katagal po usually yung pag-iimbestiga niyan?
Maybe until tomorrow, Your Honor.
So, para magkaroon kayo ng resulta.
Yes, po.
Even if you do not exercise editorial control over the speech of your anchors as you claim, don't you think it's your duty under your franchise not to permit unprotected speech during the program?
Yes, Your Honor.
It is your job.
Yes.
So if it was your job and you exercise editorial content, inamin nyo yan. Sinasabi nyo rin, duty nyo under your franchise is to make sure that unprotected speech is not disseminated. Trabaho nyo rin po yan.
Yes po, Your Honor.
So, ano pong parusa niyan? Responsibilidad nyo pa rin yan. So now, kung yan ay responsibilidad nyo, you're now saying that you're still hiding under a disclaimer. Inaamin nyo naman, responsibilidad nyo lahat yan. Responsibilidad nyo ang laman ng programa. Responsibilidad nyo rin na hindi sila magsalta ng hindi maayos. Ano po ang inyong, bakit po kayo hindi ko kayo pwede magtago sa disclaimer.
Your Honor, there is no prior censorship. That's why you cannot tell you can tell them what to say.
I don't understand what prior censorship means.
Yeah.
I mean, they're your anchors. You dictate the content. So ano po magiging parusa ho niyan kung sila yung naglabag?
We call their attention.
Yeah, we will call their attention and we ask them to explain.
So hindi niyo po nagagawa yun?
Until tomorrow, Your
KBP, nagtataas po kayo ng kamay? Or,
Your Honor, I beg your indulgence. I was informed that you were looking for me when I went to the...
Yes.
Thank you.
My question would be, they asked, they were saying that I have a question. Is a question premised on false information in line with ethical journalism?
Your Honor, I cannot fully grasp the context, but a question can be premised on a false information to seek the truth. For example, in the statement, may information kami na ang gastos ng House of Representatives or office ni Speaker sa travel is 1.8 billion. Totoo kaya ito? That's the question. Or ano ang masasabi ng Congress dito? That's the question. But it doesn't give credence to the statement. But in the example given earlier, I think what he was referring to as the question was, umuuwi pa ba ito? Nagtatanong lang. That's a style of, that may have been the question being referred to.
So do you agree that the other statement of 1.8 as stated by the Honorable Suarez was not a question?
Based on what I heard,
It is not.
it was not a question.
Thank you very much. At least we're clear that it was not a question and it was a accusation as stated by Honorable Suarez.
Or an allegation, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Before we proceed, the chair recognizes the Honorable Busita of One Rider. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pupunta. Okay. So, we now proceed. We now have the presence, the anchor of the program. This is, can you please introduce yourselves? Laban kasama Bambayan. Pwede po papakilala po kayo.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I am Lorraine Mariti Badoy, an anchor of the Laban Kasama ng Bayan.
Oh, ayan na si Ka Eric at saka si Dr. Badoy. Oh, si Lorraine Badoy dumating na. Ano, pakinggan natin mabuti to.
Ansoday.
Sir?
Yung kasama po.
Okay.
Magandang hapon po sa mga kagalang-galang na kasapi ng Kongreso at sa komitibang ito. Ako po si Jeffrey Ka Eric Celis, co-anchor po sa programa ng Smni na Laban Kasamang Bayan.
Maraming salamat kasi kanina pa kayo gusto ko usapin maraming pong katanungan ang ating vice chair ng committee at ang ating deputy majority leader. We can now go to the second round of questioning.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
yes.
with your permission, I think we have a resource person from MTRCB who had just arrived.
Is MTRCB present? Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
And
Dito si
And be-
Attorney Pareha is here. Attorney, welcome ho sa inyong presensya ho dito.
Good afternoon, sir.
Can I just request, Mr. Chair, that the new resource person that arrived, can they please be administered their oath?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Can we ask Attorney Pareha and the two anchors to please rise? And may I direct the COMSEC to administer the oath?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this congressional inquiry, so help you God? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. The Honorable Vice Chair, Johnny Pimentel.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Ano po yun?
Can I request two anchor to sit besides?
Dito po, dyan na po sila.
So we can...
Okay lang ho. Dyan na ho sila para ho, kasi may mga nakaupo ho dyan yata. Yes, the Honorable Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'd like to thank Ka Eric and Yusik Lorraine for answering our request to attend this hearing. Alam naman po ninyo siguro bakit na we are conducting this inquiry. It is with regards to your program wherein you alleged na gumastos po ang Kongreso ng 1.8 billion pesos sa traveling expenses. Now, we're also here to determine whether SMNI is liable with regards to the violation of Section 4 of their franchise, disseminating unverified news. Ngayon, tinanong po natin, Mr. Chair, kanina sa mga legal counsel ng SMNI regarding this program at saka yung mga statements ng dalawang anchor persons, but unfortunately, they were not in a position to answer our questions. So nandito na po yung dalawang anchor person. Tanungin ko po kayo, sino po yung nagsabi na merong 1.8 billion pesos na ginastos ang Kongreso para sa traveling expenses, Mr. Chair?
May I request the honorable committee members and the chairman to allow me to answer about the question. Ako po yung nagsabi sa forma ng pagtatanong mula po sa dalawang pinanggalingang impormasyon na pumasok po sa amin, particularly sa akin. And hindi po yung buong Kongreso ang tinutumbok ng pagtatanong na yon, kung hindi ang Office of the Speaker ni Speaker Martin Romualdez. So to give context to that, in-interview po namin si former Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission Chairperson Greco Belica tungkol po sa 1.1 billion na allegations sa travel expenses ni Secretary Loizaga ng DENR. Live via Zoom siya. And then pumasok po yung unang impormasyon. Yung isang impormasyon ay unlisted number sa cellphone ko. Yung isa po ay kilala ko na source. At dati ko na po siyang nakakausap nung ako po ay nasa National Operations Command ng NPA. So matagal ko na siyang kilala at nagbibigay siya ng mga impormasyon noon nung ako ay aktibo pa sa NPA. So nagtutugma yung kanilang pagtatanong. Ka-Eric kindly ask the resource persons, former Secretary Greco Belica, kung totoo ba na may 1.8 billion na umabot na expenses si Speaker Martin Romualdez from the travel. So ako po yung unang nagbungad niyan habang ini-interview namin si Secretary Greco Belica. At ang source ko po, ang isa ay unlisted number sa text message, pero tumugma po doon sa isang source na kilala ko. And yun po ang dahilan kung bakit kami nagbungad noon without any intent of malice or imputing any sign of disrespect to the Speaker of the House, because it is we presume it is part of our editorial authority and policy as well to open questions pertaining to public interest issues. And sinabi namin na sana magpaliwanag ito si Speaker Martin Romualdez or ang House of Representatives as a matter of our obligation under the editorial authority provided by SMNI sa mga anchors.
Mr. Chair, Eric, when you delivered your statement,
sino nagsabi?
You presumed that your source was correct. Kayo po ba ay naniniwala na may 1.8 billion pesos na ginastos ang Kongreso para sa travel expenses?
Your Honor, kung naniniwala pa ako outright, hindi ibig sabihin affirmative ka agad ang posisyon ko. Yung tono po ng pag-deliver sa buong konteksto ng programa ay pagtatanong, clarification, because we want to clarify matters of public interest that are so serious, like the information na ibinahagi po sa amin. So wala po kaming conclusion doon.
Alam, Mr. Chair, may we know sino po ang source ninyo?
May I request, Your Honor, to refer to the legal advice of the legal team from the SMNI.
I don't think, Mr. Chair, I have to refer to the legal counsel. Kayo po ang tinatanong ko, Eric. Sino po ba ang source ninyo? Remember that you're under oath.
Yes.
And under our house rules, if you cannot answer my question truthfully, we can cite you for contempt and we can detain you. So again, let me ask you again, Mr. Chair, sino po bang source ninyo?
Again, may I request, Your Honor, to be guided properly on my legal rights and on my legal basis and foundation to appropriately answer the question of the Honorable Congressman so that I will be protected also of my constitutional and legal rights before I give the answer to a very sensitive request from the honorable congressman.
Mr. Chair, may
Parang ano na-briefing na to bago sumalang Na-briefing na yan. Kahit anong sagot nyo, anong tanong sa inyo, wag nyo sasagutin. Wala. Ayaw ho sagutin ni Ka Eric kung sino yung source niya. Dalawa ho yung sinasabi. Malamang isa lang yun. Kung nagtugma, malamang isa lang ang source o pinanggalingan. Ang tanong, sino kaya yun?
may I
Honorable Franz Castro.
kasi Mr. Chair, yung ating dalawang lawyer dito, they are corporate lawyers and they are not lawyer of individual anchor. So yun po ang sabi nila.
Alam po ninyo, bago po kayo dumating, kakaroon ko na po yung sabi ni Congressman, ni Kong Castro. Kanina po, tinatanong po namin yung kayo. Ang sagot ho nila, hindi kami diyan dito para depensahan ang mga anchor namin. Andito kami for SMNI. Ergo, wala po silang sinasabi na wala silang otoridad na depensahan kayo. That's why, transversely, now that we're asking you, and they already manifested under oath that they cannot, they're not here to defend you or to even assist you. Therefore, we're asking, and we will have to be very clear that the question of the Honorable Pimentel should be answered directly by you.
Mr. Chair.
Kasi po, pinag-uusapan po natin klaro naman ho kayo kanina, 3 beses kami nagtanong sa inyo
Yes,
diba,
Mr.
3 beses mo kasi hanapin natin sa transcript, andyan yan.
Yes.
Hindi ko kami nandito para depensa ng mga anchor namin. Katunayan, may disclaimer nga kami dyan Kung ano sabihin nila, wala kami pakialam. Hindi siya sabi nyo kanina
Yes, Mr. Chair.
That's
your answer, Mr. Chair.
Now that we've said that, we cannot entertain that request because you manifested that earlier.
But for purposes of due
Mr.
process...
Chair, again, ulitin ko, malapit na akong uminit ang ulo. I will move to cite you in contempt for not obeying our rules.
Again, sorry for that, Mr. Chair.
Kami nga tahimik na tahimik dito. Inaantay namin yung permission ng chairman. Ikaw naman, resource person dito. Daldal ka ng daldal.
Thank you, the Honorable...
I'd like to apologize for that, Mr. Chair.
Yes. So now...
Uminit na ulo ni Congressman Akop. Ay, grabe Alam niya mga kabayan, eto medyo sila rito medyo tagilid sila rito sa usapang ito because of nababaligtad na. Kumbaga, yung statement nila kanina, ngayon, dahil nga tinatanong si Ka Eric, gusto niyang palabasin na yun yung kanilang legal, di ba? Legal team. Kanina corporate. Ngayon, kahit na anong sabihin ng mga nila, wala silang pakialam. So bakit ngayon si Ka Eric nanghihingi ngayon ng authority para magsalita? Nagtuturoan na po sila ngayon sa madalit salita. Ito na ho yung medyo masalimuot na part para ho dito sa SMNI because of mga kongresista na nag-iinit ang ulo.
Please answer the question of the Honorable Pimentel.
Mr. Chair, again, may I ask Ka Eric, sino po bang source ninyo dito sa sinasabi ninyong gumastos ang Kongreso ng 1.8 billion pesos para sa traveling expenses?
Your Honor, if I may respectfully be allowed to request the honorable body, this committee, since the question, I think, borders to my right about the protection of my source, as well as to my constitutional right, may I humbly request the committee, are my constitutional rights suspended in this committee hearing? Because it is my right, I believe, to have a legal advice on sensitive matters that require for me to be protected by my constitutional right. So, without offense meant to the honorable members of this committee, may I be allowed to exercise the constitutional right for me to have a counsel to properly advise me on legally sensitive questions, which I believe may deem into the encroachment of my fundamental constitutional guarantee of rights in the Constitution.
Pwede naman yon. Rights niya talaga yon. Pwede yon. Kahit anong pilit, pwede yon. Pwede naman sa executive session 'yon para hindi on live, 'di ba? Bulong-bulong na lang executive session. 'di ba?
Mr. Chair,
Is, yes, the Honorable Akop is recognized.
the we as a body or individually are not suppressing the rights of Mr. Celis. We're just asking him a question. If he wants to answer so, he answers. If not, he tells us the reason why he will not be able to answer. Di po ba? Hindi naman namin sinusuppress yung right mo rito eh. We're not. We're just asking you a question. Now, if you prefer to answer it, do so. If not, then you say so. Why not? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And also, it's not infringing, it is not an incriminatory, di ba? It's not incriminatory, therefore you cannot cite the right to self-incrimination.
Mr. Chair, aside from this and more than that, we are not conducting hearing under a court of law. We're conducting hearing in Congress. And I'm not very sure if you are entitled to a legal counsel. Hindi naman to kaso itong inaatupag natin. This is an inquiry in aid of legislation. And it's a simple question because what we are trying to determine here, Mr. Chair, iko yung sinabi ho ninyo, totoo ba yun o hindi? Based on the privileged speech of Congressman J.J. Romualdez, J.J. Suarez, we would like to know, kasi baka naman tainted itong source mo, whether this was politically motivated. In fact, hindi ko nga alam kung bakit na pinalabasin yung 1.8 billion pesos yung traveling expenses ni Speaker, when in fact, for your enlightenment, Yusek Lorraine and Ka Eric, Mr. Chair, andito po yung finance officer natin. Nandito po din kanina si Secretary General Velasco para madinigo lang ninyo to Mr. Bobby Maling. Magkano ang ginastos ng Kongreso at ni Speaker for this year para sa traveling expenses? Para madinig po ni Ka Eric at saka ni Lorraine.
With your permission, Mr. Chair, for the office of the Speaker, the total expenses for the travel is 4.3 million, more or less, Mr. Chair. And for the other expenses, for the other official expenses, it's 35.2 million, Mr.
Okay. Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair.
it is very clear po, no, Ka Eric and Lorraine. Ang ginastos lang po ni Speaker Romualdez was 4.3 million pesos from January to October. Ang Kongreso was 35 million. So ang kabuuan po ng gastos ng Kongreso, including yung travel ni Speaker, was only 39 million pesos. Pero yung sa show ninyo, ang sinabi nyo kay Speaker lang ang binanggit ninyo, hindi yung sa Kongreso. So actually, it was only 4.3 million pesos. Napakalayo naman po doon sa sinabi nyo na 1.8 billion pesos. Hindi po kaya na ginagamit ninyo ang SMNI for a smear campaign? Because in the recent months, ilang mga shows, ilang mga programa ng SMNI was directed to malign, to attack Congress as an institution. Kaya po tanong ko, baka naman yung programa ninyo ginagamit na rin yan para atakihin ang Kongreso. Kaya we need to know yung source ninyo. Because if not, baka naman gawa-gawa lang ninyo na yung sinasabi nyong source, wala naman kayong source. Kaya ang gusto naming malaman kung ito ba ay gagawa-gawa ninyo or according to you, there's a source. Because we want also to know whether SMNI is liable for the violation of Section 4 of your franchise. Sinasabi kanina ni Attorney Tolentino, meron silang disclaimer. But on the other hand, there is a conflict. But on the other hand, may disclaimer nga sila na wala daw silang pakialam sa kung anong sabihin ng mga anchor persons. However, he said that your talents of SMNI paid by SMNI. So meaning you're under control of SMNI. So that disclaimer does not apply. Mag-a-apply lang siguro yung disclaimer if you're a black timer. But according to SMNI officials, you are talents of SFNI. So directly, you're under their management and supervision. Kaya dapat, Mr. Chair, malaman natin yung source. O baka naman guni-guni lang ni Ka Eric yung source na yun. You have two sources, you said. Yung unang source, taga saan ba? Or from where? From media ba? From Congress?
Mr. Chair, may I please say something first, Mr. Chair? Could I?
The question is directed to Ka Eric. So can you please reply?
Yes,
Ka
Mr.
Eric?
Chair, I'm directing the question to Ka Eric because he said earlier, I asked both of them, sabi niya siya nagsalita nung sa 1.8 billion pesos. Gusto natin ma-certain, yung sinasabi niya may dalawang source siya. Saan nga nanggaling yung source, Mr. Chair? Until now, napakasimpleng tanong po ito, this is not self-incriminating because we are not under the court of law. This is only an inquiry in aid of legislation. Kung natatakot po kayong kakasuhan, ano naman ikakaso sa inyo? Isasabihin lang naman ninyong source. Unless sabi ko nga, wala talagang source.
May I be allowed to reply to the question, Mr. Chairman, please, and to the Honorable Congressman? I believe in the practice of journalism, the protection of the integrity and the trust and confidence of the source in the stories or in the information gathered related to stories are sacred. They are like contracts. If not legally as a contract, sacred po yun para sa mga journalists. Nandito yung mga media. I know how they also feel kapag pinilit sila na ang source nila ilabas nila doon sa mga sensitibong impormasyon. So yun po ang aking inaalala. Dahil ang source ko na ito, Congressman Pimentel, sir, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, matagal ko na siyang source nung nasa NPA pa ako. At wala po akong pag-aalangan na ang kanyang mga impormasyon na ibinibigay ay tumutugma doon sa mga impormasyon na nakukuha ko when I was still part of the National Intelligence Unit of the NPA National Operations Command. So kilala ko siya. The other source, sinabi ko na po, Your Honors, ito po ay unlisted number. Dinilit ko siya, pero nagulat lang ako na tumugma sa isang source na kilala ko. And I had a meeting with him. May pinakita siya, ayun tuloy, na-reveal ang gender. Nalalaki siya. I had a meeting with the source at may pinakita sa mga documents. Hindi kaagad kami nag-conclude because I have to seek audience and guidance from the Auditorial Authority of SMNI. But the question was posed immediately because the source texted us during the interview live kay former Secretary Greco Bellica. So nang kinausap ko siya, sabi ko we need the documents to sustain the discussion. So hindi po ito smear campaign or isang kampanyang orchestrated para sumira sa imahen at integridad ng House of Representatives. I believe sako po ito ng tamang paglulunsad ng press freedom at gawaing pang journalist yung ginagawa namin dahil kami po ay naniniwala na public interest issue na magkaroon ng pagpapaliwanag sa pamamagitan po ng paghahayag na ito kagaya ng we are now very enlightened. Thank you so much, Your Honors, na sinabi po dito na less than 5 million pala yung expenses ni Speaker Martin Romualdez at yung buong House of Representatives ay nasa 35 million lang. So kung inilahad namin ito as a series of special report, we need vetting and verification dun sa source. Hindi ko po siya pwedeng ma-reveal because pag na-reveal siya, there were a lot of information na naibigay niya noon sa amin nung nasa NPA ako na pinagkatiwala niya sa akin dahil kami ay may mabuting relasyon tungkol sa secrecy of information. So kaya po ako humihingi ng pag-unawa ng body na ito na kapag ito po siya ay ma-reveal, baka maraming makakalkal na mga impormasyon na hindi na
Mr.
kailangan
Chair,
po.
sinasabi kanina ni Ka Eric na tumutugma. Kanina pa he's right, saying the word how many times yung tumutugma. Sa tingin ba ninyo tumutugma yung 1.8 billion pesos dun sa 4.3 million pesos na it is on record, it is a public document, we can release that to the public? Napakalayo naman. Ba't ka magsasabi na tumutugma? Eh wala naman pagtutugma yung 1.8 billion pesos to 4.3. It's a simple arithmetic. Napakalayo naman po. And then you said earlier, Mr. Chair, si Ka Eric, sabi niya na binibet yung source. In this case, very clear, you did not bet your source. Paano naman yung sasabihin mong 1.8 to ano? Kung nagtanong lang kayo dito sa Kongreso, magkano eh mas lalong tutugma dung ano, pero yung sinasabi mo yun, walang pagtutugma yun. That's way 1.8 billion pesos compared to 4.3 million pesos.
Your Honor, if I may...
Saka alam ko, Mr. Chair, kaya tinatanong namin ang source mo, baka naman politically motivated yan. Baka naman yung source mo ay isang politiko na gusto lang manira. As you have said, kailangan i-bet, but very clear, it was not vetted yung source mo. Paano tiging 1.8 billion pesos ang 4.3 million pesos?
Sir, if I...
Ato tatanong ko sa iyo, Mr. Chair, you are part of media. Hindi kaya nasunog ka doon sa impormasyon na binigay sa iyo?
Sir, may I reply?
Yes, you may now reply.
Thank you, sir. Baka na, with due respect kay Congressman Pimentel, hindi ko po sinasabi na tumutugma doon sa data na inirelease ng Finance Committee. Tumutugma yung source ko doon sa nag-text. Kahit i-review po natin yung record, naka-record po naman tayo lahat. Tumutugma, kaya ko binigyan ng pagkakataon na bigyan ng atensyon, Congressman Pimentel, sir, Your Honor. Tumutugma yung unang text doon sa ibinigay na information din ng source.
Yeah, I know, I understand yung Mr. Chair. Sinasabi mo, kino-compare mo yung unang source mo doon sa pangalawang source mo. Sinasabing pareho, which is pareho silang mali.
Yes.
Hindi ba? Ngayon, Mr. Chair, tanong ko sa iyo, aminin mo ba na mali yung impormasyon mo?
Ngayon po.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, that's why we need vetting. Kaya nga hindi namin inilabas as a special report or news. It was a commentary
Mr.
question.
Chair,
It was a commentary
sa
question.
very clear, it is on record, it is on the minutes, inaamin po ninyo na nagkamali kayo ng information ninyo dahil sa nasabi nyo 1.8 pero 4.3 lang. Now, since nagkamali kayo, are you willing to recant your statements and apologize to Congress?
If that will heal the wound of the degree of an amount of insult that was forwarded to Congress, kung ganun pong epekto niyan, wala pong problema sa akin personally yon. Because trabaho po namin na kilalanin ang pagkakamali kung may pagkakamali. Pero trabaho din po namin ang magtanong kung may dapat itanong. Ang pagpapaliwanag po sa mga datos na ito ay isang oportunidad na nanggaling doon sa pagtatanong. And we are very much willing to admit that indeed the source was wrong. In this committee hearing, we are very appreciative of the guidance provided by us by the data. Sa tanong ni Honorable Congressman Pimentel, am I ready to personally apologize to Speaker Martin Romualdez and to the House of Representatives for the effect of insult created by that kind of questioning, which is now being given a proper enlightenment? Yes, sir. And my answer is on the affirmative, Congressman Pimentel.
Mr. Chair, Ka Eric, let me very, very clear. The matter that we are discussing here is not a matter of insult. What we are discussing or what we are deliberating is what is the truth. Yun po hindi naman ibig sabihin na we are conducting an inquiry dahil na-insultong Kongreso, na-insultong institution. We are conducting this inquiry kasi lumalabas nga mali yung balita na pinalabas ninyo. Yun lang po naman ang gusto naming matuwid. Kung mali yun, you accept the fact na nagkamali po kayo. Because hindi lang ito yung cases na nangyari sa Smni. Earlier, wala pa po kayo. Si Atty. Domingo has already stated that there have been many cases that have been filed against Smni. Sa pang-aapi nga, sa mga individual. So it seems that Smni is going to that direction where it is being used, the franchise is being used to attack individuals. Yun dapat hindi naman yun ang mandato ninyo. It is very clear in Section 4 that you should not disseminate fake news or unverified reports. And then, kanina nga, sinabi ni Attorney Tolentino that yes, there are many cases, but they have not been found guilty. It's not a matter of being convicted, but rather, although it's true, wala pa hong guilty verdict yung mga kaso, but the fact remains that there have been so many cases filed against SMNI simply means that meron ho kayong mga violations. Simply means na marami na kayong inatake kasi kung wala, edi wala sanang kaso. Iba ho yung matter ng being found guilty. But the fact still remains na kaya nga kayo pinaila ng kaso as what Attorney Domingo has said because of your vicious attacks on individuals. And ngayon, inaatake na naman ninyo ang Kongreso, which has been done before, hanggang kailan kayo magtitigil? Sana naman po, this should just be a reminder to the anchor persons na bago kayo magpalabas ng mga reports ninyo, sabi mo nga, kailangan i-vet this time around, hindi nyo na-vet ng insakto, because reputations of individuals and political leaders are at stake. So sana naman po, wag na nyo gamitin yung programa ninyo para sa pag-atake ng mga individual. But rather, sabi nga ninyo, yung programa nyo, laban para sa bayan. Hindi na laban para sa bayan nyo, kundi pag-atake na sa mga individual. So yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Just po klaro ha. Alam po ninyo, hindi naman ho kayo personal ang Kaya nga sinabi ko, wala naman pong Hindi po kayo personal ang aming ang rason kung bakit po tayo nandito. Ang talagang rason nito, at hindi naman po ito press freedom. Ang dito, meron bang violation sa prangkisa? Yun ang hoto. Okay? Ito po ang punot dulo ng hearing na to. Okay? It's about, is there a violation of the franchise?
Mr. Chair,
okay? Kaya po nasa committee kayo ng legislative franchise. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yung katabi ho niya wanted to speak,
May I?
Ma'am.
Yes, just
Ma'am Lorraine
very
Doy,
briefly
you
lang
wanted
po,
to
sir.
speak.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You have the floor, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
I just want to respond to the Honorable Pimentel when he said that there was might be a smear campaign against Congress. And that's farthest from the truth po. Kasi me personally, my father was a congressman for a very long time. I was a very young girl when I ran the whole, dito ako tumatakbo, dito ako lumaki po sa Patbatasan. When I lost my mother when I was very young. So this place is very dear to me, as well as the work of the people in Congress. So walang-wala po yan sa isip namin, lalo na sa SMNI. At saka po, buo yung tiwala namin sa institusyon. At yun yung siguro gusto kong mawala sa isip ninyo na hindi po, walang katiting na katotohanan doon. Punong-puno kami ng respeto at admiration sa trabaho ng Kongreso. Alam namin yon. At yung pangbababoy na ginagawa sa Kongreso, aware po kami dyan. Aware na aware kami at kasama ninyo kami sa paglinis ng Kongreso. Yun ang adhikain ng SMNI. Kung kaya't ginagawa namin ito at kung kaya't ako'y nagpapasalamat sa napakalinaw na sagot na binigay nyo ngayon na 35 million lang pala at saka 4 million lang pala. So maliwanag na there are really people in our country who are out to destroy Congress. Alam na alam po namin yan, sir. Ay, hindi lang ang Kongreso, kundi ang buong bansa. Alam po namin yan. At sa SMNI, ang totoo po ito, hindi po pera ang motibasyon namin kung hindi pagmamahal sa bayan. Alam ko na halos non-profit na yan. Wala pong gustong kumuha ng mga, lalo na sa laban kasi it's not a sexy topic. It's anti-CPP, NPA, NDF. And that is our dream to finally rid of our country, of those communist terrorists in our country, no? Na nagnakaw ng mga anak namin. So dumudulog kami sa inyo na isipin ninyo naman na kami ang partners ninyo dito kasi yun po ang katotohanan. Yun lang po, sir.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
The Honorable Suarez is recognized.
I just want to go back to Ka Eric. So Ka Eric, yung source po ninyo, kanina binanggit nyo isang
Wi-Fi mo.
unverified number at isang dating source nyo sa CPP-NPA. Sino po siya?
With due respect to Honorable Suarez, sir, I refuse to answer because I think it is my right to protect my source as a journalist. And since it is very clear that the source failed to authenticate and validate the information provided for us, as per revelation in Congress right now, Congressman Suarez, Mr. Chairman, sir. So it means that it will be between us and the source already to talk. And I do not see any need to reveal him because he had helped a lot as a source in my previous operations.
And the other source you mentioned is an unverified
Unlisted number. Yes, sir.
Unlisted.
Unlisted.
Do you still have the text active?
No, I'm trying to retrieve. That's why I was trying to check the message box. Wala na po, sir. Hindi ko siya na save na. And
So what you're saying is one source is an unverified number and the other source is
a previous source.
Yeah, previous kasamahan mo sa CPP-NPA.
Sorry, Your Honor. Hindi siya CPP-NPA-NDF pero nakakatrabaho po niya ang unit namin sa National Intelligence ng NPA.
At siya po ay isang pribadong mamamayan.
Opo. Right now, I will wait for the advice of the council to reveal kasi matitrace siya, sir, eh. Pag sinabi ko kung saan siya ngayon.
Well, look, we need to, if you're gonna be secretive about divulging information, it puts question on the validity of your statements. Because now you're hiding the truth by, all sorts of layers and layers and layers of reasons. It's just a valid question. Who is your source?
Yeah.
Because if your source, excuse me, ma'am, excuse me.
Sino po kayo? Yeah, but we need to take your oath. So I suggest that you...
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Can we be informed who that lady in brown is, Mr. Chair?
Ano po pangalan? Ana. Mapakikuha lang yung pangalan niya. Thank you. Tsaka anong posisyon niya.
Kasi if she wants to be recognized, she can get a seat and speak.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyway, so Eric, going back. So, yung source po ninyo, isang taong hindi nyo kilala kasi unverified yung number. Tapos yung isa dati yung kasamahan at pinaghuhugutan ng impormasyon.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Ang lalaking ito, sinabi nyo lang na lalaki.
May him eh.
Oo, nakita di umano kayo at may dokumento pinakita. Yung dokumentong yun, nasa na po yun?
Nasa kanya po.
Nasa kanya?
Kasi sana magkakaroon pa ng next meeting. The meeting was already overtaken by events dahil po sa investigation na ito.
Saan po kayo nagkita?
In a private place po. Malapit lang po sa area kung saan din po nakatira siya ngayon.
Malapit lang po sa area kung saan
Nasa Maynila lang siya po, sir, ngayon.
Okay. No, I mean, you can give it, you have to give more validity to your statements. I mean, you were so quick to mention 1.8 billion, but now when we're talking about specifics, now you're starting to become, for some reason, evasive. So, my question is, when did you see your source?
Mr. Chairman and Honorable Suarez, sir, kahapon lang.
Kahapon kayo nakita?
Because he texted the message. During the time na ini-interview namin si former Secretary Greco Belica.
So kahapon kayo nagkita. Kahapon is Wednesday, right?
Wednesday.
Kaso lang Tuesday ako nag-deliver ng point of personal and collective privilege. Monday, nyo pinalabas yung show.
Tama po.
Tapos kahapon lang kayo nagkita.
Kasi kahapon lang siya available. He came from the province during a travel.
Okay, so kailan naiabot sa iyo yung dokumento na sinabi mong pinagbasihan mo ng 1.8 billion?
Ipinakita niya lang po, maraming mga documents yun. Hindi
Kailan
lang po.
yun? Kailan?
Kahapon.
Hindi ko maintindihan. You said on Monday night, was that a live broadcast or a tape?
Live broadcast.
It was live broadcast where you stated that the speaker spent 1.8 billion.
As a question, please, po, sir.
Yeah, no, it was a statement. We can debate later whether it's a statement, but okay. You mentioned 1.8 billion on Monday. What was the basis of the 1.8 billion? You said it came from two sources. One unverified number and one from your source that you don't want to mention.
Yes.
My question is, when did you meet and see the documents to give that statement that you issued on Monday?
The 1.8 billion as a reference question po, itinext niya na. So sabi ko, do you have the document? Sabi niya na sa out of town pa ako. Wednesday ako.
So itinext sa iyo nung Lunes.
Lunes. Kaya nga tinanong namin.
Okay. Di klaro na. So nakatanggap ka ng dalawang text.
Dalawang text.
Nung Lunes.
Yes, sir.
Ngayon, yung nagpadala sa iyo, nakilala mo na matagal, government employee ba siya?
I will only proceed to give details about the source when it is clarified by a legal competent advisor.
It's a yes or no?
I request to refuse the answer. To answer.
I'm sorry. Your seatmate just mentioned you're here to uphold the integrity and help the House uncover the truth. So let's uncover the truth. Is he or she a government employee?
May I request? There are lawyers in the room.
It's just a yes or no, Eric.
Because when I state kung saan siya connected at ano siya, it will really now go on as a question.
No, it's just a government employee or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
As a government employee?
Yes.
Okay. So now does the government employee work in Congress?
No further answer about that, sir.
No, it's yes or no. Does he work in Congress?
No, sir.
No. No. Okay. Because in your statement, you said, based on my source in Congress, gumastos si Speaker Martin Romualdez ng 1.8 billion pesos. Sinabi mo, based on my source from Congress. And you just said now that he is not an employee of Congress.
Lower house? No.
Huh?
Congress is two. Senate and lower house. Not from the lower house. Congress is composed of two houses. Lower house and Senate. So wala po sa House of Representatives.
So what you're saying is sa Senado.
Obviously.
Diba? So kasi
baka pa imbestigahan din ako ng Senado dahil
hindi, kasi ang sinabi mo doon, ang sinabi mo sa statement mo, based on my source in Congress. And you just said na your source is not in Congress. Oops, Senado pala.
Because I was thinking Congress is the lower house.
Yes.
But now I am very clarified that when you are going to be
now we're
particular.
starting to see a pattern, Eric, that when you issue statements, we need to go through a process of filtration and clarification before we can actually get to the real truth.
And that is a processor of proper discussion that requires interaction with the source, with the delivery of
Which
information.
unfortunately is not proper in media practice.
Well, I respect your opinion, sir.
Did you undergo a KBP seminar? And are you are you a verified member of the KBP, Eric?
Personally, sir, I am not a registered kapisanan ng broadcaster member, but I do not see it as a requirement for me to be a broadcaster.
Yeah, so therefore, you did not undergo the seminar on the Code of Ethics.
But I read it.
No, okay.
And I understand how it is contented.
So,
Answer lang, yes or no?
Yeah, there was no seminar held about that question of the Honorable Suarez.
so you did not attend the seminar. You weren't given any verification from the KBP?
Personally, I was not given any
Because meron po
certification.
sa Code of Ethics na sinusunod. At doon po sa Code of Ethics na sinasabi nila, babasahin ko lang po Pagdating sa mga unconfirmed reports shall not be aired unless there is an immediate and urgent need for the public to know about them, such as when the public needs to be warned of the possibility of an imminent danger. When such reports are aired, it must be emphasized that they are unconfirmed. You did not mention that the figure you gave was unconfirmed.
Sir, may I respond, please? Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. 3 beses ko pong binalikan yung episode na binabanggit ni Honorable Suarez. We did not conclude, we did not insist that gospel truth yung information. What I said there is, we are going to verify from Congress, from the Office of Speaker Martin Romualdez, and we are calling out that kind of notice because we know that we need to follow up on the report and information, but because it was aired as a context reference to the interview of former Secretary Greco Belica pertaining to DNR expenses on travel, biglaan po siyang lumusot doon sa pag-uusap na yun.
So then there's responsibility on your part, Eric. Kasi kung may ganyang kalaking numero, at the very least, dapat sasabihin ninyo or dapat tinanong nyo muna yung House Secretary General. Ang laking number nun,
Yeah, 1.8 billion.
1.8 billion. At kung sino mang ordinaryong mamamayan ang makakarinig mula sa telebisyon na gumastos ang speaker ng 1.8 billion pesos, nakakapanira po ng puri yun. Kaso lang, you were blatant enough to come out on TV and say it straightforward. And the discussion was, and if I remember it right, sinabi mo, tapos sinabi po yata ni Yusek Badoy, how do you spend 1.8 billion pesos? That's such a huge amount. Siguro hindi na umuwi yan sa bahay. At tapos sinabi mo pa, dinagdagan mo, at base sa source ko, hindi lang 1.8 billion to. Kasi kung isasama mo ang entourage, aabot pa po to ng 2 billion piso.
I agree to that.
Yes, that is not a question.
But the context should be factored in, sir, Your Honor.
No. That is not a question.
Of course, that is your valid observation. I will respect.
That is a clear statement. Because if you wanted to pose a question, you would have said, we have an unverified number, and this is not confirmed. And we want to seek clarification on this. And before we throw this number out, because it is so huge, we will first seek the guidance or the certification from the House of Representatives. Kaso lang hindi po nilabas nyo Na ang tanong ko, KBP, nandito po ba kayo? Ano po ang usual practice ninyo pag kayo po ay makakatanggap? Kunyari, kayo po, broadcaster, at napalagay po kayo sa posisyon ni Eric. Meron po kayong isang source na talagang nagbibigay ng mga balita sa iyo, tapos may isang number na nag-text sa inyo. Ano pong practice ang gagawin ng isang KBP member bago ilabas ang datos?
Verification, Your Honor, from another source
Verification from another source.
or from the party alleged to or being imputed on.
Okay. Or from the party being alleged.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now my question is, following our discussion, did they follow those two steps?
My opinion is they did not, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. So going back, Mr. Chair, so I'll just reserve my other questions for the next round.
Very much, the Honorable J.J. Suarez. KBP. Hindi po siya nag-seminar sa inyo. Hindi po siya membro ng KBP. Tanong, hindi rin siya dapat tumunod doon sa broadcaster. Is he bounded by the broadcaster's code? Or?
Well, since he is not accredited by the KBP, there's no direct authority of KBP over him. However, the authority is over the network, who is bound to use only accredited members.
So you're now telling me that that is a violation of the rules of KBP?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. That dapat ang anchor personnel ay accredited.
All persons who go in there and a member station must be accredited by the
Is that clear with all franchisees?
all members of KBP.
All members of KBP? That's very clear.
That's a given rule, Your Honor.
And this has been there for quite some time, that rule.
Since the beginning of KBP 50
Which
years
is when?
50 years ago, Your Honor.
50. Oh, thank you very much. Okay, the Honorable Romeo Acop is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kanina pa po ako nakikinig sa mga tanong at sagot eh. And I would like to thank the Honorable Castro for giving me her slot. Kasi mula pa ako kanina umaga dito, Mr. Chair, dahil nag-hearing kami sa Committee on Transportation ng 9 o'clock. Now, going back to Madam Yusek Badoy, tama po ba yung pagkarinig ko na hindi po kayo, yung programa po ninyo ay hindi po programa ng paninira ng puri ng isang tao? Did I hear it right?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, yes, you heard it right.
Yeah. Meron po ba kayong YouTube account?
Ako po, sir. Mr.
Yes.
Chair, ako. Meron, Mr. Chair, pero hindi ko halos tinitignan.
Kasi sinong nagpo-post nito mga pinapadala sa akin? For example, Lorraine Mariti Badoy. SMNI is being silenced because of the current alignment of the speaker with the terrorist CPP, NPA, NDF in Congress. Our Facebook page has been taken down again. Our right to free expression is the bedrock of democracy. Pinadala rin po sa akin dito, pangalan nyo na rin po ang nandito, dated 18 November, no one, and I mean no one, wins a fight against Rodrigo Roa Duterte. I do not know what your basis there, anong klaseng laban ang sinasabi po ninyo. Least of all, a corrupt trapo oligarch who had the bad sense to draw the first blood and a lack of political sophistication to align with the highly despised terrorist front of the CPP, NPA, NDF, and the Kamatayan Bloc. Picture po ni Speaker nandito. Ang sumunod po ay 10 November. Nandito yung mukha ni Speaker, CPR-CPP ang nakalakay.
The Honorable Acop, please look at the screen, no? Nasa screen po na natin yung mga binabanggit po ni Congressman Acop. Can you tap it?
Kaya, yun nga po yung gusto kong tanungin. Tapos, ito sa last, pinadala ko lang kasi kwento. Nakalagay dito, pangalan na naman ninyo, dated 10 November, the deadly combination that has stood in the way of our country's progress and that has created massive poverty and the death of countless Filipinos, the unprincipled, power-hungry, overly ambitious politician with no true love for country and blood-sucking communist terrorists. Ang nakalagay po dito, litrato po magkayakap pa, si Speaker Martin Romualdez at saka si...
The next slide.
Mr.
Can we get
Chair,
the
is
next
that
slide?
a Facebook account?
YouTube.
I don't know.
I don't have a YouTube. I don't even have a Facebook account.
Well, we just...
Naantay ko lang po yung pa.
Yeah.
Nakita nyo naman po ito, siguro. Kasi ang pangalan nyo po nandito, kaya nga tinatanong ko.
Kayo po ba to? I think the question of the...
Are these your postings?
Where is it, Mr. Chair? I'm not so...
Here.
I have, there are a lot of fake accounts that use my name, Mr. Chair.
Ano?
Mr. Chair, marami pong naggagawa ng account ko pero fake.
Okay.
Ano po yan, Mr. Chair? Facebook po ba yan? Or YouTube?
Sa YouTube, sinabi ko
Twitter.
kanina.
Twitter?
These screenshots were sent to me.
YouTube is a video account po. Hindi po siya, photos.
Hindi
So you're denying this?
No.
I can't see what it is, Mr. Chair.
Can we enlarge it? Pwede mo natin lakihan para makita kaya...
Facebook.
Pwede bang, ma'am, pwede po lumapit po tayo. Makita ho nyo. Lumapit na lang po kayo. Ito ba post nyo? Sa inyo po ba to?
Yung
Twitter.
Kwan, magkayakap si Kwan.
Twitter.
Si Franz at saka
Hindi niya ko.
nakayakap ko pa.
Mr. Chair, wala akong Facebook account.
So, hindi nyo po post yan?
Parang hindi siya, but do I share the same opinion? Is that the question po ba, Mr. Chair?
No, my question is, are you denying that this came from you? Because nandun ang pangalan niyo po eh. That is my
Sir,
question.
if you search me kasi, sir,
My question is answerable by yes or no. You can deny it or you can affirm it. Which is which?
if that's a Facebook account, it's not mine.
It's not yours.
It's not mine, sir.
Yes,
if it's
good.
Facebook.
Ayun lang po ang kailangan na
It was Twitter. Would it have been yours?
Yes. If it's
Twitter.
yes.
Twitter sa inyo.
Yes.
So, the content 2 weeks ago, November 10, November 18, you do not remember that.
I'm not so active in social media anymore, Mr.
Papa.
Chair. Yeah.
But that could have been possibly yours if that's Twitter.
Yeah, most likely.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank
Yes,
you.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, that could have been hers. Most likely. Go Twitter. Looks like it's Twitter.
Loud and clear, Mr. Chair. Deny naman yan sa kanya eh. Officially, on record. May I ask the representative of the kapisanan ng mga broadcaster na Filipinas? Did I hear you right that Mr. Celis is not a member of the kapisanan?
It's not accredited. It's not an accredited broadcaster.
What's the difference between the two?
The member is Suarasug Media Corporation, Your Honor. The members of KBB consist of networks.
Okay, so he is not accredited as an official member of the kapisanan ng mga broadcasters na Filipinas. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor. That's a way of putting it.
Yes. And did I hear it also right na ang membro ay yung network?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And therefore, if the network is a member of the Kapisanan, it is bound to follow your code of conduct or code of ethics.
That's correct, Your Honor.
There. Now, and therefore, if we follow your logic, if the network is bound by the code of ethics or code of conduct of the Kapisanan ng broadcaster ng Pilipinas, then they should abide with the provisions of the code of conduct. Tama po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Now, after hearing all the discussions, the questions and answers this afternoon, would you say that they have followed the provisions of your code of conduct?
Your Honor, I beg your indulgence, but in the context of what has been presented and of which I am informed in this hearing, the network is lacking in observance of the code of conduct, Your Honor.
We go to section 3, fairness and objectivity of your code. It says in paragraph 3A, news reports shall be fair, factual, and objective. I refer to the term factual. May I know your definition of what factual is?
Your Honor, is the question addressed to me?
Yeah. You're
factual
still
means-
the one being asked. The floor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
ABB.
Factual means to say it is based on verified facts and information, incidents and information, data.
Could you please clarify the term unverified?
The unverified means to say that this information being given, the basis is not established.
Okay, thank you. Under section 4 of news sources, 4A, care must be taken in selecting news sources since the credibility of the news rests upon its sources. Tama po.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, under 4B, only news that can be attributed to a source shall be aired. When the source cannot be identified by name, the reason for this should be made clear in the news report. Did the anchors fulfill this?
Based on the discussions and the presentation this afternoon, the answer to that is no, Your Honor.
Yes. And section 5, there have been unconfirmed reports pertaining to unconfirmed reports. This has been extensively asked and clarified. Tama po.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, may I know what is the liability of the network for violating your code of conduct or code of ethics?
Your Honor, it can range from fine and suspension or expulsion from KBP, Your Honor.
And how is this initiated? And what would be the protocol?
The protocol would be for a complaint to be filed against the network for violation of the provisions of the Code of Ethics, Your Honor.
Thank you. Now, are you aware of NTC Memorandum Circular number 01-03-2006?
I'm not familiar with the numbering, but I'm familiar with most NTC circulars, Your Honor. I'm not familiar with the number.
Yeah, the title of this is Program Standards for Radio and TV Broadcast and Cable TV Stations. This was issued by the National Telecommunications Commission, which you should know. And the pertinent provision na gusto kong malaman po ninyo is that wherefore, pursuant to the powers vested upon the NTC for the reference and guidance of radio and television broadcasting stations and cable TV stations, and for the information of the general public, the NTC hereby adopts the existing program standards of KBP as set forth in the KBP radio and television codes and in other relevant KBP circulars, including those contained in KBP Circular 06-016, dated 27 February 2006, and hereby reiterates and adopts all the provisions of Memorandum Circular number 11-12-85. All broadcast media and cable TV entities must conform to the above-mentioned guideline.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, and therefore, all broadcast and TV stations must adhere to your rules and regulations pursuant to this memorandum.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. And therefore, any complaint against the network can be filed for violation of this.
May make a clarification, Your Honor. In view of a Supreme Court decision, the Vinagracia case, the NTC has been, the rationale in the decision was that NTC has no authority over content in broadcast station. That the supervision of NTC is technical, so that as a consequence of such decision, complaints filed before the KBP and NTC are referred to the KBP.
But a complaint can be filed for violation of your code of conduct by any entity, shall we say, accredited by the Kapisanan ng Broadcasters ng Pilipinas.
Any
Thank you.
For violation of the code, Your Honor.
Thank you. May I go to Mr. Celis? Hindi ko napipilitin na i-reveal mo kung sino yung kwan mo eh. Informant mo. Kasi yung experience mo as a media practitioner and formerly with your organization, kailangan protektahan mo yung identity ng iyong mga informants. I will adhere to that.
Thank you, sir.
Pero ang tanong ko, hindi ba kailangan na pag nakatanggap ka ng impormasyon, even in confidence or even in public, if you have not verified the information or you have not vetted the information given you, it is incumbent on your part to see to it that you verify that before you report it to the public.
I agree. Congressman
Now, yes, thank you for your answer. And did you do that? You stated those statements that expenses of our speaker here amounted to 1.8 billion. Did you conduct the necessary vetting process?
After only it was aired as a question, Your Honor, because I believe that I need to do the proper ethical conduct of a professional journalist by following up the source.
Sino po ba ang nag-air ng information sa public? Yung informant mo ba o ikaw?
It was I, Your Honor.
Yun na nga ang tanong ko eh. Eh gusto mo namang umiwas, hindi ka naman abogado eh. Kagaya ni Attorney Mark. Di ba? Huwag ka nang umiwas. Alam ko naman yung kwan mo eh.
Noted po, Your Honor.
Yes. Therefore, you did not conduct the necessary vetting process kasi sa trabaho natin sa intelligence, you verify yung source. Tama. Sabi mo kanina, unknown na source. At saka yung isang source, kilalang-kilala mo. That was asked by the Honorable Suarez. Di ba?
Yes, sir.
Pero hindi ba sinasabi rin natin, and I think you know this, na you should also verify the information. Kaya alam mo rin yung A1, A2,
yes,
F6, F1, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Yes. The letters refer to the truthfulness of the information. Tama?
Correct, sir.
And the numbers would refer kung tama yung sinasabi na information sa iyo.
Agree, sir.
Yes. And I think you did not do that.
In that
Being
particular
a
instance.
responsible broadcaster, hindi ba bine-verify nyo muna yung facts bago nyo i-air sa public? Why? Kasi you might destroy the reputation of people.
I agree to that assertion of the Honorable Congressman Ako.
Thank you. Now, may I go to Attorney Soplico? Pwede ba ikaw sumagot dito?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Are you aware of Section 4 of Republic Act 11422?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And what is the title of that?
The
Section
title
4?
is Responsibility to the Public.
No,
Your Honor.
responsibility to the public. Whose responsibility is it talking about?
Well, it talks about the grantees' responsibility, Your Honor.
Yes. And there is an enumeration under Section 4 of the responsibilities of the grantee, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, may I know, if I heard it right, SMNI does not have a separate personality
From
the owner of the or the grantee.
Your Honor, the grantee is Swarasug.
Yan na nga.
The,
That's precisely my question.
Swarasug.
SMNI does not have a separate personality, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Why? Because it's not a corporation, as stated by Attorney Mark a while ago. Pero palagi niyong ginagamit yung term na SMNI. Ang sabi rin kanina, mahirap i-pronounce yung pangalan ng corporation. Yung nasagot kanina eh. I have been listening intently a while ago. Now, in the enumeration of the responsibility to the public of the grantee, which is the
Swarasug.
Swarsug. Yes.
Your Honor.
Meron po kayong responsibility over and above the things being done in your station. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And therefore, nagulat ako kanina nung sinabi ni attorney mo na just because of a disclaimer, mawawalan na ng responsibility yung grantee. When in fact, the law enumerates its responsibility to the public. Would you agree?
Your Honor, we explained earlier that
I'm not asking for an explanation. I'm asking for an answer, yes or no. Would you agree?
Well, Your Honor, yes, Your Honor. There are enumerations here in Section 4, which pertains to the grantee's responsibility, Your Honor.
Yes. And would you agree with me also that if we follow these responsibilities enumerated by law, you have also a certain kind of degree. Kasi narinig ko sa ito, attorney, Rolex, na meron degree of independence yung inyong mga anchor. Now, if they have a degree of independence, the network has also a degree of control over them. Would that be correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And therefore, for any misdemeanor or any violation of law or any violation of the provision of your franchise, you will suffer the consequences.
Well,
why? Because
to a certain degree, yes,
you
Your
are
Honor.
responsible.
Yes, Your Honor, to a certain degree. But let me point out, Your Honor.
I'm not asking for your explanation, Attorney Rolex. I'm just asking for a yes or no.
Let me qualify my answer, Your Honor. No.
I'll give you that privilege, Mr. Chair.
Yes, the
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
the
Your Honor, these are anchors. They exercise, as said earlier, a certain degree of independence from the grantee of the franchise, Swarasog. We cannot tell them what to say. We cannot tell them how to ask a question, when to ask the question, or even who to invite to their programs, Your Honor. Beforehand, they were told that they have to follow a certain, they have to follow certain policies. And in fact, in their in their contract of service, Your Honor, there is stipulated here, refrain from performing any act or conduct that may tend to tarnish the good reputation of SSMC. That's warasub. And put it in a bad light, or that may be prejudicial to SSMC's interest.
Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, Attorney Rolex, hindi naman po nila sinunod yung iyong admonition eh. Now, if they did not follow your admonition, sino po ang responsable? Kasi yun ang gusto kong malaman eh, kaninong responsibilidad?
Your Honor, we have started an internal investigation on this.
I'm not asking whether you have started an internal investigation or not. Nawawala ako sa thread of questioning ko pag ginaganon mo ako, Rolex eh.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
We're in the same league.
I know, Your Honor.
Yeah. So, gusto kong malaman na may inaamin nyo kanina, may responsibilidad kayo. Di ba? Sabi mo, meron kayong sinabi sa kanila, but they did not follow it.
Well, Your Honor, mahirap kasi sabihan ang anchor kung anong ang kanyang itanong na question, kung kailan niya itanong, kung paano niya itanong. We cannot do that. In the same manner, kung may guest sila, hindi naman namin magsabihan kung sino ang kanilang iimbitahin. Kung ano ang itatanong nila doon sa guest nila. Mahirap eh.
I know it's hard, but that's your responsibility. It's embodied under Section 4 of your franchise law. Otherwise, we will move for the revocation of your franchise if you cannot follow it.
Your Honor, there are maybe degrees of our violation. Maybe I would admit that we may have.
I'm just following your logic, Rolex. Sige.
Well, Your Honor, as I said, we may touch on press freedom here. I don't want to touch on that.
Pagtalo sa general principles. Pares naman tayo abogado eh. Oo. Huwag na tayo magtalo doon. We know for a fact that press freedom is not absolute.
Yes,
Would you agree with me?
But Your Honor, but to tell...
The only thing absolute is the freedom to believe. You can kneel in front of a post and worship it. That's your right. It's absolute.
But with due respect, Your Honor,
hindi naman
to tell an anchor...
Hindi naman talaga absolute eh. Oo, maraming 'di ba? Paano kung libelous na 'yan? Oh. Paano kung paninira na talaga yung allegation ninyo tinutumbok niyo na yung tao na hindi naman makatotohanan? Oh. Hindi talaga hindi talaga absolute 'yun.
How to ask a question, when to ask a question, how to phrase a question, that is, to my mind, Your Honor, a violation of press freedom. The anchor enjoys a certain degree, Your Honor.
You should not do that if you think it is a violation of press freedom. But that is your responsibility as a franchisee holder.
That's why
they should not violate the law.
That's why, Your Honor, we called your attention and we have started an internal investigation.
Ang tanong, may internal investigation na ba sila?
I do not want to debate already with my underclass in the Philippine Military Academy.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Thank
proceed.
you.
Are you done, Honorable Akop?
Thank you, Your Honor.
May bago ko dumating. Kanina ko kasi may katanungan lang dun sa on the ownership. Alam nyo ba na dito sa mga dokumentong ibang sinabit sa Kongreso na ang owner ay, kasi ganito yan eh. Kanina tinanong kung sino ang executive pastor nyo. You gave a name. Pero meron doon kayong mga press release dito sa inyong website na nakalagay, the executive pastor of the Kingdom of Jesus Christ, Pastor Apollo C. Kibuloy. Andito po yun. So the question lang, and this was just forwarded to me now. Can it be he's also the executive pastor? But of course, everybody's addressed as pastor. Nobody's really addressed as executive pastor. Is that correct?
Son of God nga. Son of God.
Rolex or, diba? Or the president himself.
Can I,
Diba? Pwede
can I
kong
answer, Your Honor?
pastor ang tawag, pero siya po ang executive pastor.
Can I answer?
Kasi, unless, ito website niyo na po to, ha? Yes, attorney.
Actually, Mr. Chair, it was already amended, Mr. Chair, from Pastor Apollo C. Kibuloy to Brother Marlon C. Abi Acobo, Mr. Chair.
No, no. I'm just talking of a, ano to? This is your website kasi.
Website, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
May I know the date of that website?
Dito po. Pero yung siya tingnan to.
May I know the name of the website, Mr. Chair?
Jesus Christ, the name above, the kingdom of Jesus Christ, the name above every name.
Ano pa
Maybe,
yan? Ha?
Mr. Chair, it's not yet
Kingdom
updated.
Christ.
Maybe, Mr. Chair, it's not yet updated, Mr. Chair.
Oh.
Because as of 2022, Mr. Chair, December 19, 2022, Pastor Apollo C. Kibuloy transferred the executive pastor of the Kingdom of Jesus Christ to Brother Marlon P. Acobo, Mr. Chair.
Okay, my question now, what's that? Paano yun sa dokumento yan?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I have a document, Mr. Chair.
Andyan ho yan. Pero dito sa GIS nyo, hindi pa.
The GIS of the executive pastor of the Kingdom of Jesus Christ, the name above every name, the head, Mr. Chair, is already Marlon C. Acobo, Mr. Chair.
So what happened to Pastor Kibuloy?
What happened kay Pastor? Ano nangyari? Demote ba si Pastor o whatever? O ba, anong posisyon na ni Pastor Kibuloy ngayon? Oh, what happened to him? Oh, bakit napalitan yung executive pastor? Ano siya? Demote?
He has to. Kasi ako lang ho, I mean, was he demote? Paano set up po niyan? From executive pastor, naging pastor, I mean, was there a lowering of rank? Di ba? Kaya naman po natin tinatanong kasi ho, we're just tinatahi-tahi lang natin, no? Kasi may question ho mamaya.
Nagtatago na. Na-stop na, sabi ni Preston.
I think, Your Honor, it was the decision of Pastor Apollo C. Kibuloy to transfer the leadership of the executive pastor
to
Marlon B. Acobo.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The Honorable Franz Castro is recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, magpo-follow up lang ako, Mr. Chair, dun sa ownership nung SMNI. On your record kasi, 2020, nakalagay yung pangalang Apollo Kibuloy. Tama? Kibuloy as one of the stockholders. Tama po ba?
No, Mr. Chair. Our latest GIS, Mr. Chair.
No, 2020. I'm asking of the 2020. So sa 2020 ninyo na information report or GIS yan, andun yung pangalan ni Kibuloy as your stockholder. One of the stockholders.
There was already an amendment, Mr. Chair.
2020. I'm asking attorney of 2020
I have no
report.
record of the 2020, Mr. Chair.
Well, have you submitted it? Kasi nakita lang namin sa report. Your submission in the report. So paano mo sasabihin ngayong attorney na wala kayong record ng 2020 and you have said you are regularly submitting your your report.
2020.
Kaya pala hindi na pala na-stop ni Kebs eh. Na-demote na pala, demoted na pala. Hindi, parang ano yan eh. 'Di ba? Parang successor na yata yung executive na bagong nilagay nila eh. Para at least kung magkaanuhan man, eh, hindi na mapupusoy. Parang ganon. Parang may mga successor yan eh. 'Di ba? Kung sino yung papalit sa kanya, kung sakaling matigok, whatever. Pero dito parang natunugan na ni Pastor Kibuloy na may mangyayaring hindi maganda, investigasyon. sa prangkisa natin. Kaya magpapalit na tayo ng executive pastor. 'Di ba? So, baka ganon. Ako, bahala na ako.
So 2020. So 2020, Mr. Chair, Pastor Apollo Siquiboles was there.
Yeah, as a stockholder.
But
Tama?
amended already in 2020.
No, I'm not asking for the amendments. In 2020, Pastor Apollo Kibuloy is the stockholder, one of the stockholders, right? Yes or no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so and then after 2021, after 2020, that is 2021, 2022, and up to present, wala na siya doon. Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So nakalagay na lang doon, Executive Pastor of the Kingdom of Jesus Christ. Tama?
The name above every name incorporated, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair.
As a stockholder, ito yung Executive Pastor of the Kingdom, and you have named that to be Marlon Acobo,
Yes,
right?
Mr. Chair. 53.46%.
Nung 2020 po, magkano, how many percent yung share ni Pastor Kibuloy?
We will provide a copy, maybe, Mr. Chair, next meeting, Mr. Chair, because we have no record yet
750.
in our possession, Mr. Chair.
750 ang ownership amount. So, in your report kasi, Sir Chair, meron siyang amount na 750,000. So, si Kibuloy, tama po ba? Doon sa report nyo na sinubmit.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so at ilang porsyento po yun ng buong stocks?
So our record is not, we are not in the possession of the record, Mr. Chair. Our record is only 2023 and 2022, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so may I ask,
So we cannot confirm that, Mr. Chair.
so Mr. Chair, may I ask the record of 2020 to be submitted here, the list of stockholders
Yes,
and
Mr.
their shares?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, etong si Marlon Acobo have 53.56, 53.46% share, tama po?
So it's not Marlon Acobo, but the Executive Pastor of the Kingdom of Jesus Christ, the name above every name, INC.
Well,
And
wait. Mr. Chair, sabi mo kanina, itong Marlon Acobo, you are referring it to Executive Pastor of the Kingdom of Jesus Christ. Niname mo na yon. So, nakakalito kasi Attorney Mark. Yung sinasabi mo kasi niname mo na sino itong Executive Pastor of the Kingdom of Jesus Christ, Marlon Acobo. Ang share niya po ay 53.46.
But per GIS, the name, the owner of the 53.46 is the Executive Pastor of the Kingdom of Jesus Christ, the name above every name.
Who is that?
So it's Marlon Acobo, Mr. Chair.
Yun na. Pinagloloko mo kami, attorney, ha? Wag ganyan. Matipikon na ako. Okay, so yun na nga yun. So, individual po itong tinatawag ninyong executive pastor. Individual po ito.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Hindi siya organization.
It is a sole corporation sole, Mr. Chair.
Sole corporation, sabi mo kanina, individual. Sole corporation.
Because it is registered under SEC. The Executive Pastor of the Kingdom of Jesus Christ is registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Is this a corporation of one?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Who is that person?
Marlon Acobo, Mr. Chair.
Yun.
Sole proprietor. Sole corporation.
No, it's
Corporation of one.
Ha?
Corporation sole.
Corporation.
Pero corporation of one. Isang tao lang.
Kaya nga, sole proprietor.
So it's not a sole proprietor.
Sa ano siya? Corporation of
Because
one.
corporation sole, it is registered under SEC. Sole proprietorship is registered under DTI. That's different.
Okay. Sige. At pag sinabi po nating sole corporation, isa lang.
One person.
Corporation of one.
Yes.
Ah.
There's only one stockholder, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so yun. So how is he related to Pastor Kibuloy?
He is Brother Marlon Acobo is the executive pastor of the Kingdom of Jesus Christ.
As per what date?
As of 2022, December, and Pastor Apollo Kibuloy is the pastor of the Kingdom of Jesus Christ.
Mr. Chair, maybe we can ask the submission of the
That document.
mga
Yes,
documents
we will
na yun.
submit that.
And we'll ask
Thank you.
also, Mr. Chair, can we invite Marlon Acobo here in our next meeting, Mr. Chair?
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay, thank you po.
But he is in Dubai now, so we can we ask for maybe 2 weeks or 1 week
Okay.
from now.
We take
Yeah.
it. Thank you.
Okay. Sige. You said at present, Kibuloy is the honorary chairman of SMNI, right? Kasi
Yes,
sinabi mo kanina.
yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So as an honorary chairman, ano po yung role niya sa SMNI?
It's just a symbolic, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Symbolic chairman.
So wala
So
siyang
no
control.
function,
No control.
no day-to-day decision of the corporation.
Okay.
Maniniwala ba kayo na walang control si Gibbs? Si Pastor Kibuloy, maniniwala kayo doon na wala siyang control? Eh bakit nung panahon na si Mike Abe umalis ng SMNI? Sige nga, pinutol-putol pa nila yung video na yon. Hindi nila pinalabas. Pero sa live, kitang-kita nyo naman. Kung ano yung gusto ni Kibuloy, yun ang masusunod. Di ba? Sino nakakatanda no ng mga panahon na yon na naging issue? Hindi ako naniniwala. Protect. Pinoprotektahan niya yung kanilang ano.
Okay. And sinabi mo rin kanina, Mr. Chair, that Kibuloy is a black timer din.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
In fact, I can present, Mr. Chair, right now a receipt that the Kingdom of Jesus Christ is a black timer of SMNI.
So are you aware of the case that Pastor Kibuloy is in the ano? At in fact, he is considered as the FBI most wanted FBI for serious crimes. Are you aware? The SMNI, are you aware po?
Per news, yes, I'm aware, but I have no personal knowledge.
Who has a personal knowledge?
I am not the lawyer of Pastor Apollo Kibuloy with respect to that case.
So hindi mo alam yung kaso?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
How about President Marlon Rosette? Do you know the case of Pastor Kibuloy?
You can read it anywhere. You can read it in the news.
Hindi yan yung sagot na tinatanong ko. Do you know the case of, wag ako yung tanungin mo,
Yes,
Mr. Marlon Rosette?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ang tanong ko, are you aware of this case ni Kibuloy?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. How about Attorney Rolex Silpit? Attorney Rolex. Hindi ko mabasa.
Well, Your Honor, I read about it.
Yes or no? Are you aware po? Yes or no?
Well, I read about it, so yes.
Okay.
But I'm not the
So,
lawyer.
yun
Then.
po.
I don't even know.
So hindi ko po tinatanong kung kayo po yung lawyer. Tinatanong ko lang po.
Okay.
So ito po yung fact, no? So the string of charges filed against them, including Kibuloy, by prosecutors in Los Angeles, California, include conspiracy to engage in sex trafficking by force, fraud, and coercion.
Ito naman si Castro, ipinasok pa tong issue na to eh. Hindi naman kasama sa issue ng prangkisa ng SME na yan eh. Oh, talaga naman to si Castro.
Sex trafficking of children, marriage, fraud and misuse of visas, bulk cash smuggling, promotional money laundering, concealment money laundering, and international promotional money laundering. So yun po yung case. Okay, na final sa kanya doon sa Los Angeles. So with this, Mr. Chair,
maybe in the next meeting, I would like to we would like to invite the DOJ and the DFA as regards dito sa case kasi alam natin ang SMNI dati sinasabi nila ang major stockholder nito ay o dati rin na stockholder ay si Kibuloy na may kinalaman din ito doon sa franchise or may kinalaman ito sa ownership, Mr. Chair. So can we invite the DOJ and the DFA so that we can know the status of the case? Okay.
So we will invite
Pastor Kibuloy,
Thank you.
DOJ and DFA.
Yes, we will do that. Thank you.
Okay. Kanina, Mr. Chair, sa SMNI pa rin. Mr. Celis.
Ano yan? Tawag dito. Hindi naman, kasi ang nagmamay-ari, hindi naman si Kibuloy ang may-ari kasi banat boy ng SMNI. Hindi si Kibuloy ang may-ari na ngayon. Kaya itong tanong ni Castro, masyadong personal to doon sa franchise ang pinag-uusapan dito. Ang magmamay-ari ng SMNI hindi si Kibuloy, kaya hindi dapat dito kasama dito. Pero sige lang. Yan ang gusto ni Castro eh. Gusto niya gusto niyang banatan si Kibuloy eh. Ang pinag-uusapan dito kasi yung franchise kung sino may-ari talaga ng SMNI. Hindi naman si Kibuloy ang may-ari ng SMNI eh.
Is mentioned that he discussed with SMNI's editorial board. So ang ibig sabihin, sa anuman pong pinapakita nila or nilalabas nila dun sa program nila, ay alam po ito ng editorial board. Kasi sinabi kanina ni Mr. Celis na kinoconsult niya daw yung editorial board. Tama po ba yon? Sino po ba yung editorial board dito, Mr. Chair?
Wala po dito, Your Honor.
Kasi yun ang sinabi kanina ni Mr. Celis. Celis mentioned that he discussed with SMNI editorial board yung sinabi niya kanina na information. So that implies alam ng SMNI yung content ng program. Tama po ba?
After po nung nangyari po.
After. Okay. Ay, after na rin nangyari, sa kinonsult yung editorial board.
Doon po namin nalaman. Kasi hindi nga po, Your Honor, makontrol. Kasi hindi namin masabihan kung anong itanong, anong sabihin, kasi nasa live na po sila.
Hindi, ano sinasabi kanina ni Mr. Celis na nagko-consult siya? It is before the program or after po?
Actually, Mr. Chair, the board knows.
Well, attorney, sandali lang po. Kasi we can go back to the video. Whatever you say now, the video was very clear. And my understanding was, nakuha niya yung source, pumunta siya sa board, tapos bumalik siya sa programa. So anyway, we will revisit na lang. Let's revisit the video kung ano sinagot ni Eric, okay? Okay, I will just revisit kasi if you deny it now, it was said already and she's quoting something that was said earlier. So we'll just revisit the video and that will be the basis for whatever decision we come up with. Thank you.
So, silinawin ko lang, Mr. Chair. So wala kayong alam sa content ng programa nitong laban kasama ng bayan? Wala kayong alam?
Noong time na yun, Mr. Chair, wala kaming alam po.
Okay, thank you.
Ano sa ibang mga time? Kasi 3 years yan na nag-e-ere.
As a rule kasi po, we know the general content of the program, but there's no specific content.
Yes, you know the general content.
Yes, yun lang po ang alam po namin.
Okay. So wala po kayong editorial board dyan na makakaalam. Reviewin na lang natin. So ano po ba yung process ninyo? As a co-product, sabi mo kanina, Attorney Mark, etong programa na ito is a co-produced by the SMNI network itself.
When I say co-produced, Mr. Chair, with respect to the advertisements, 50% will go to the SMNI through Swara Sub Media Corporation, and 50% to the talents.
Okay. Aside from
talent fees.
talent fee. Okay. So yun po pala ang ibig sabihin ng co-prod.
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
So yung hatian doon sa mga advertisements.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So thank you for that clarification. Dito sa KBP po. Kanina malinaw na nasabi as attorney Mr. Chair. Kanina malinaw.
Ibig sabihin pala nung 2019, di ba? Nung 2019 na na-approve ang prangkisa ng SMNI, hindi na si Kibuloy ang may-ari ng 2019. So, tayo ang alam natin lahat kasi nga si Kibuloy ang panay ang utas noon, di ba? Oh. Alam natin siya pa rin ang may-ari. Kaya sabi ko nga noon, nahahalata niya na pagtapos ng termino ni Duterte, malamang may investigasyon na mangyayari sa kanila. Ito na yon, baka ito na yon. Kasi 2019 na-approve yung prangkisa nila under, hindi kay Kibuloy under doon sa ibang kumpanya Si Kibuloy, lumalabas ng 2019 is black timer na lang.
Na nasabi po na there is certain violation since they are not accredited broadcaster po ng KBP, yung dalawang anchor. Ano po saan po yung accountability mapupunta po? Since hindi sila under ninyo, di ba? So hindi nyo sila mape-penalize or whatever the sanction. So, sino po yung accountability just in case na lumabag ulit dun sa inyong code, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, the party accountable for violation of the rule of allowing only accredited KBP members to go on the air is upon the network.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have you initiated po yung So, meron po bang mga kaso na about the SMNI on the violation of code na
Ma'am Richie Daroy, 2019 pa po, hindi sa SMNI, hindi si Kibuloy ang may-ari, hindi lang po sa ngayon, 2019. 2019 po, naaprubahan ang kanilang prangkisa, 2019 yun ha. Hindi ho si Kibuloy ang nagmamay-ari. 2019 pa lang, black timer na po si Kibuloy. Pero ang alam natin lahat, si Kibuloy, kasi yun talaga ang alam natin lahat. Kaya nga nagtataka tayo, bakit ganoon ang ginawa ni Kibuloy? Siguro nga, darating yung time na may imbestigahan itong SMNI, kaya siguro ganon, para iwas pusoy.
Kasampa po sa KBP, Mr. Chair?
None, Your Honors.
So wala pa. Okay. So sinasabi nyo kanina, Mr. Chair, ang KBP po parang it seems that meron na violation do sa code na ang accountable dito po ay yung network. So are you planning to to investigate and to file whatever charge na related po dun sa inyong code?
Let me clarify, Mr. Chair. The violation is for allowing a non-accredited broadcaster to go on the air. That's the violation of the network.
Mm-mm.
The content is different. So,
Okay, so yun po.
Yes.
Will you initiate po yung investigation or maybe a case against the network for allowing non-accredited broadcaster?
considering the information gathered during this hearing, Your Honors, I will report this to the Standards Authority of KBP.
Yes, thank you po. Nakalagay po kasi dito, Mr. Chair, doon sa Broadcast Code of the Philippines 2007, and number 5B, section 5B, an unconfirmed report must be verified as soon as possible. If an unconfirmed report is found to be false, an announcement saying so must be made. So nakalagay po yun sa code. So ang meron pong meron pong responsibility and accountability dito ay yung network. Kasi hindi naman accredited yung mga broadcasters. Tama po.
As a rule, the content in any broadcast, as a rule, is the responsibility of the network.
So, yan, iniimbestigahan na nga po kung ano yung nangyari. Okay. Sige, isa pang tanong. Doon po sa may, doon po sa, so, in the matter of being broadcast, for example po, if a matter of being broadcast is a threat or death threat, halimbawa, ano po yung responsibility po doon ng network?
Boss Jocelyn, pakitanong mo nga kay Sir Mike kung sino may-ari ng SMNI.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry I could not trust the question ko. But if I, in the context of the subject matter of this hearing, I believe you're referring to the alleged death threat made by PRRD.
Included in the resolution, Mr. Chair.
Ano na lang yan, Banat Boy, sira ulo na lang ang maniniwala sa ganyan. Yung anak ng Diyos, putya, lahat ng pag-aari niyan, SMNI pa kaya. Sira ulo na lang ang maniniwala dyan. O, di ba? Ibig sabihin nun, kapag siya sabi na siya ang anak ng Diyos, anti-Kristo yun. O, maraming magsisilabas sa huling araw na magpapanggap na sila ang Kristo, sila ang Diyos, sila ang anak ng Diyos. O.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, that's the responsibility of the guest.
The network.
The guest. There should be a distinction between a live broadcast and a recorded broadcast. Mainly because in a live broadcast, you cannot stop the broadcast while it's being made. Whereas in a recorded broadcast, you have the opportunity to edit out the content before it is aired. So my understanding is the broadcast was live. And therefore, the network's responsibility is mitigated by that fact. We have had cases in the KBP where the content in question was a live broadcast. And because it is live, the responsibility of the network was mitigated. Without saying, of course, that the broadcaster is not responsible.
The network is responsible? Are you saying that?
No. The responsibility of the network is mitigated by the fact that it is live. As distinguished from a material which is recorded, where the network had the opportunity to edit out the content or the content before being aired.
Okay. So may I ask the opinion of Attorney Domingo of the MAD as regards to how about yung pong mga about red tagging, kasi alam ko po meron kayong mga kaso ng mga red tagging. So may I ask your opinion po about doon sa mga kaso nyo about red tagging?
Nakasala na po lahat yun. Naka-file na po lahat ng aming kaso on red tagging. Ibibigay ko po ng kopya ng ating mga complaints sa Madam Congressman. Karamihan po dito marami po dito, kasama po yung ating kasamahan dito. At pumunta po kami rin sa Professional Regulations Commission. At pinapaalis namin ang lisensya nung nasa sakdal. Pero yung pinaka relevant po dito sa ating pinag-usapan ngayon, yung pong kaso namin against Lorraine Marie Badoy Partosa sa NTC, no? At gusto naming paalisin din siya. Hindi pala, ngayon, nalaman po namin na hindi pala siya kasamang accredited ng broadcasters, no? So, hindi po namin alam kung pwede rin po namin bigyan siya ng accusation sa Broadcasters Code violation. But ang isa pang question natin dito, sila Kibuloy ba at saka si dating Presidente Duterte accredited din buong broadcaster.
Ayan, darating po ako dyan. Darating po ako dyan, attorney, yung tanong na yan.
Pero yung po lahat na tinanong nyo po, marami po ito, no? Apat po kanina nasabi ko at 5, pati kasama na po kay Atom Arroyo na aming na-file ng man, no? Against the two persons here in front of me. So yung pong pinaka-latest. Of course, yung great threat na complaint na kami rin ng humahawak, nakabinbin na po yan sa sa Fiscal's Office ng Quezon City. At sa December 4 po, magkakaroon po ng preliminary investigation at December 11. So continuing po itong aming advocacy at kami ay kami willing to help the congressional committees to be able to craft the legislation in aid of legislation po itong ating hearing. We're willing to come up with our own position and we will provide the necessary papers for that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, attorney. Balik po ako sa KBP. As regards po doon sa live or recorded, kasi sabi nyo, parang walang control po yung network kapag ito po ay live. Eh kung ito po ay in-upload sa mga Facebook, sa mga official Twitter or Facebook na network, kasi ang SMNI meron silang Facebook, meron silang Twitter, pero yung content na yon ng merong laman ng grave threat ay nandoon pa rin. Even if itong dalawang broadcaster na to o yung black timer na ito ay hindi naman sila, I mean, siyempre hindi sabi ng network, hindi nila control. Eh kung ito po ay yung threat na ito ay inakyat pa sa sa Facebook, in-upload pa. So ano po yung masasabi niya doon, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, can I dissect the question if you allow me?
Yeah, okay.
One is the responsibility of a guest in a program. The guest is not a broadcaster. He's not under the authority of the KBP, nor the network. So the guest can be liable for such things as libel, threat, etc., but not in the context of the code of KBP. If the person who makes the threat is an anchor, then the responsibility is the anchor's responsibility and possibly the networks for allowing it if it were recorded. Now, in the case of uploaded content, as distinguished from live streaming content, uploaded content is considered recorded material. And therefore, it is upon the person uploading to edit it in order to conform to community standards or the law, as the case may be. In streaming, live streaming, the control is limited because as similar to a live broadcast, you have no control of what the person, particularly the guest, will answer. In the case of the alleged threat of the former president, the material is not content for which the network is responsible for, because that is what the anchor said. In fact, that is news as far as the network is concerned. As to the persons alluded to or against whom the threat was directed, that's a different matter. And that's between the guest for having aired the threat and the person being threatened.
So you are referring to the guest as the black timer. In the case of, yun nga, yung nasa isang resolution dito, in this resolution po, si President Duterte at saka si Kibuloy as black timer doon sa program na yon, nagikan sa masa para sa masa. So walang responsibility ang network. Kung merong pagmumura, kung merong threat o merong mga obscene na mga words, wala pong responsibility dahil sinasabi niyo po, hindi sila accredited broadcaster, hindi rin sila anchor. So, ano na lang po, kahit na sino lang po, pwedeng may gawin na doon. Basta may mababayaran lang po nila ang yung network. Pwede na magmura. Pero yung sinasabi niyo yung code para sa mga broadcaster. So, ano naman po yung responsibility ng network doon? Doon sa mga black timer na mga nagmumura or nagsasalita ng hindi naman maganda or yun po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I don't know in what capacity the former president was airing in the station. In the context of the discussion, since that is a co-produced program, I doubt if the president was even a black timer there. Because that's a different arrangement.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Attorney. Tanong ko na lang sa SMNI. So, ano po yung laban, yung gikan sa masa para sa masa? Ano po yan? Black timer po ba yun? Or
Yes, Mr. Chair. It's a black timer.
So, bumili sila ng oras.
Yes, Mr.
So,
Chair.
black timer po. Attorney.
In a black time arrangement, basically the network, the black timer is the party responsible for the content. The network, however, can post immediately after the fact, deal with the matter of the broadcast of the black timer. And in fact, if it is in violation of the code, it can be a ground for terminating the black time arrangement.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Dun po nalinawan ako doon. How about MTRCB, Mr. Chair? So ano po ba yung role ng MTRCB? Kasi I know recently meron kayong sinuspend na isang show dahil sa mga lewd na or merong bastos na salita ba or whatever sa isang noontime show. So ano po ba yung responsibility ng MTRCB as regards to yung, di ba, meron kayong nakalagay doon for general public, for 13 and above, na ganon. So, yung pong naging programa, ito yung nasa resolution, na kung saan pinagbantaan ako nung dating presidente, kasama si Kibuloy as black timers. May ginawa ba kayo dito, MTRCB? Anong ginawa nyo rito?
Just before MTRCB will answer, I just would like to be clear. Kanina sinabi nyo hindi kayo black timer. Ngayon black timer na kayo. Ano ba? Kasi talent yan eh. As matter, you were sanctioning your talent.
Actually, Mr. Chair,
so that could have been a black time. We asked that earlier. Why the change of your position?
No, Mr. Chair. Yung gikan sa masa, para sa masa is a black timer. But yung laban kasama ng bayan is a co-prod. That's different programs, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So she was referring to a different
yes.
Different program, Mr. Chair. MTRCB, ano po yung ginawaan niyo po doon sa program? Or ano ba yung ginawa niyo doon?
Your Honor. Yeah. We responded to the complaints and we called the parties over for to hear their side also for a hearing and to adjudicate on this matter. And we were...
Mr. Chair, sinong pinatawag niyo sa hearing?
Yeah.
If I may po, we actually took action when we heard about...
Who's speaking? Sino po sila?
CB po, Attorney Ana po from MTR.
Okay, please. Go ahead.
We immediately took action when we heard about that, Mr. Speaker. So we submitted submitted a notice to appear sa SMNI po for preliminary conference. And then, just like what the KBPs po, since naka-live po siya, they said that in order po, they explained po that the relevant episode of the program was aired live, as a result of which they had no control over the statements made by their guest of the program. So what we did po during the conference was that
to prevent po the recurrence of the same, the network or SMNI decided to pre-record the succeeding episodes of the program, also to edit the same by deleting what it deems to be potentially offensive to the sensibilities of the public before it can be aired. Now, the recent issue po ngayon regarding the laban laban kasama ang bayan, we actually also sent out a notice of appeal to the network regarding this po, since it is under the mandate of the MTRCB based on PD 1986 po, to call them if there is an alleged violation under Section 3C of our PD po. If it found that those which tend or those to approve or disapprove, delete objectionable portions from and or prohibit the importation, exportation, production, copying, distribution, sale, lease, exhibit, or television broadcast of the motion pictures, television programs, and publicity materials in the judgment of the board applying contemporary Filipino cultural value as a standard are objectionable for being immoral, indecent, contrary to law and or good customs, injurious to the prestige of the Republic of the Philippines or its people, or with a dangerous tendency to encourage the commission of violence or of a wrong or crime, such as but not limited to the second subparagraph 2, those which tend to undermine the faith and confidence of the people in their government and or duly constituted authorities. Subparagraph 6, those which are libelous or defamatory to the good name and reputation of any person, whether living or dead. So we have scheduled we scheduled a hearing under the Hearing and Adjudication Committee scheduled this Thursday po at 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon.
December 7.
Linawin ko lang, Mr. Chair. So ano yung tinutukoy nating program dito? Kasi ang tinatanong ko kanina, yung gikan sa masa para sa masa. So ito yung black timer ninyo, si dating Presidente Marcos at saka si Pastor Kibuloy. Ay, sorry, dating Presidente Duterte at saka si Pastor Kibuloy. So, uncorrected, Mr. Chair. So, ang sabi nyo kanina, nagkaroon kayo ng parang kumbaga preliminary. And you will have your hearing by?
For the gikan sa masa, para sa masa po, we already had our preliminary conference. We already resolved that issue, ma'am. For the second issue po, which is the
Laban kasama
bayan.
Ay, well, hindi ko tinatanong yun.
Okay, ma'am.
Yung gikan na lang tayo.
Okay. Para sa
so, can we have a copy of your resolution on that? Kasi, Mr. Chair, hindi lang nung October 11 sila nag-threat sa akin. Inulit pa yon sa isang program ng November. So napanood niyo rin po ba yung sumunod na threat din sa akin?
Ma'am, Your Honor, please, the decision, your resolution namin, it was based on the October 10.
Yeah, okay. Based on the October 10. So I'm informing you, meron pa rin pong isang show, no, na tingin ko ay nag-threat ulit sa akin si former President Duterte. So kung titignan niyo yung mga show, review niyo yung mga show ni Duterte after po. Teka, tingnan ko lang yung date na.
Just to clarify, ma'am, this is not a replay of the old show, but a new show, a different show.
Yes.
And we have not We have not yet received any complaint regarding that.
Manix, attorney. Sir Chair, sandali. Anong date yun? November. Okay, so it is sometime, ito November po. Hindi ko lang nadala yung aking complaint.
Yes, ma'am. The October 10 issue or the incident regarding Gikan, was resolved by the MTRCB on November 9.
Okay, can you give us the the
We have a copy of that resolution here.
Okay. Sige po.
Yes.
So ito na, Mr. Chair, sinasabi ko na lang dito, no? You have to review also yung program ng Gikan sa masa para sa masa na another threat din po sa akin. Nalimutan ko lang yung date. November 16 show. November 16 show po. Very recent yun. So, that's all, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I have a question before I would ask our Senior Deputy Speaker, NTC. Are there pending complaints against SMNI or Suarasu?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Your Honor, there is a pending.
How many?
There's one administrative case pending before the NTC, and this this has already been docketed under NTC case number 2022-027, Your Honor, and the parties have been summoned on this one, and there were several.
How many cases? Only one?
Isang
Is it
case,
administrative? Is there
This
any
is administrative case.
only one?
Yes, sir.
So there are no other cases. Isa lang.
So far, isa lang po.
Okay. So can you just submit that document to the in the interest of time?
We will
Now,
comply, Your Honor.
Has SMNI or Suarasu been penalized by the commission for previous infractions in the past?
To my recollection, Mr. Chair, wala pa po.
You heard of the cases. You've been here from the beginning.
Yes,
Do you think
Mr.
there's
Chair.
an infraction of the franchise?
Well, in as much as basing on the discussions that have already that has progressed this afternoon, Mr. Chair, particularly with respect to section 4 of the RA on 11422, and in kind response to your query, Mr. Chair, the alleged acts seem to disregard the mandated responsibility to the public of the franchisee under its franchise 11422 regarding the dissemination of deliberately false information or willful representation to the detriment of the public interest. But nevertheless, Your Honor, since this is a Act 11422 is a franchise congressional act of Congress, the NTC defers to the wisdom of the Congress to determine such violations if indeed it establishes that there were violations on this particular provision.
But that's right. My question was, is your answer to affirmative? That there were infractions?
There appears to be infractions, Mr. Chair,
on
certain provisions of the franchise, particularly the reference provision on section 4 on the responsibility of the franchisee not to use the station or its facilities for the dissemination of willful or false information.
Thank you
Mr.
very
Chair.
much. Before I acknowledge the SDS, I think the I think the Honorable Gutierrez only has one short question, manifestation or question. The Honorable Gutierrez, you're recognized, and the Senior Deputy Speaker Gonzalez next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In spirit of brevity, I will no longer question sections 4 and 7 as this were exhaustively and expertly handled by our colleagues earlier. Mr. Chair, just wanted to ask, building on the interpellation of Congressman Pimentel, so reportorial requirements, I believe only 2023, 22, 21, 20 were submitted. Do we not have 2019 GIS?
All were submitted, Mr. Chair.
All were submitted.
Do you have documents to prove that 2019 was
No. We can submit it, Mr. Chair.
Well, yun yung tanong nga po, no? So 2019 was not submitted.
Because it was the franchise was approved August of 2019, and under the law annually. So 2019 to 2020.
So 2019, pero wala po kayong GIS ng 2019?
Ano?
May we request for GIS ng 2019?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, may we ask, yung corporation sole that was mentioned earlier, what date was this incorporated?
I would like to ask the COMSEC, do you have to submit the 2019 considering that that's coming in from the old franchise which is granted by Congress? So 2019 should still be submitted, correct? Okay, we will check that record now. Thank you.
So the start of the year is 2020. From 2019 to 2020, we submit that reportorial requirement. We comply that reportorial requirement. Then 2020 to 21, another reportorial. 21 to 22, then 22 to 23.
Correct.
Mr.
So,
Chair, regardless.
I mean, it's still 2020, 21, 22, 23. But 2019 is the question. Because there should have been a submission in 2019.
2019 to 2020.
Mr. Chair, just GIS 2019.
No, 2020 is the calendar year of 2020, 21, 2018, 2017. Nothing, So 2020, I'm talking of the operations of 2019. You should have submitted. That should have been submitted. It has been submitted.
It was submitted, Mr. Chair.
Huh?
It was submitted already.
Okay, can you please show that? Thank you.
Well, in either case, we can privilege it. So, Mr. Chair, going back to the question, yung date ng corporation sole natin.
Kailan to? 2020. Mr. Chair, we have here the certificate of filing an amended articles of incorporation. The date is January of 2023, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry? Mr. Chair, my question is what date na incorporate yung corporation sole? Yung executive pastor, etc. Kailan po yun na-incorporate?
Your Honor, when we applied the new franchise in the year 2019, it's already corporation sole.
Yeah, may we know the exact date?
Yung apply tayo, October? Can we bring
Can we
on the next?
Can we bring the document, Mr. Chair, in the next session if we may?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess wala silang data right now. So we'll be expecting the GIS of SSMC for 2019, and then siguro isama na po natin lahat ng GIS ng
Executive Pastor.
Yes, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And then, Mr. Chair, may we also move that we invite the SEC to our next hearings. Yun lamang po for now, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Don Gonzalez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to our resource persons, my dear colleagues. Well, kanina pa po ako nakikinig. Kanina ko pa tinitingnan itong figure na to. Yung ginastos ni Speaker is 4.3 million pesos. Tapos 35 million sa Congress and staff. Napakalaking discrepancy kasi nung 1.8 billion to 2 billion na narinig ko kay Rick. Kay Rick, ang tanong kanina ni Kong JJ, sabi mo, tiga saan ba yung source dalawang Congress yan, isang lower house at saka isang upper house. Definitely, hindi yan from lower house. Sabi niyo po, sa Senado siya, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor, yes.
Pwede niyo bang sabihin kung tiga saan yung staff na yon? Sa technical staff ko siya, staff ko siya ng isang senador, o basta empleyado siya ng gobyerno na tiga Senado?
To satisfy po the minimum requirement of giving doon po sa nang sagot sa tanong ni Senior Deputy Speaker Gonzales, government employee po siya, nasa Senate, and upon consultation po sa ilang mga provision na tinitingnan ko dito sa batas that will cover the protection of the source of every journalist or reporter. Senior Deputy Speaker, sir, may I respectfully refer that I will refer to the Soto Law Protection or the Republic Act number 53. As I researched it from the internet, that there is an existing law that covers precisely and particularly the right of the source to be protected as covered in this kind of particular law na tinatawag po na Soto Law. So, with due respect sa kay Senior Deputy Speaker at sa komitibang ito, Congressman Gonzales, sir, may I defer may answer na siya po ay hanggang doon lang empleyado po ito sa Senado currently.
Tama po kayo, Mr. Chairman, kay Eric. Pero regarding this Republic Act 6713, na the Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Officials and Employees, specifically Section 4, Paragraph C. So babasahin ko lang po on the record, Mr. Chairman, that the Code of Conduct and Ethics Standard for Public Officials and Employees, Section 4, that is C, justness and sincerity, public officials and employees shall remain true to the people at all times. They must act with justness and sincerity and shall not discriminate against anyone, especially the poor and the underprivileged, Mr. Chairman. They shall at all times respect the rights of others and shall refrain from doing acts contrary to the law, good morals, good customs, public policy, public order, public safety, and public interest. They shall not dispense or extend undue favor on account of their office to their relatives, whether by consanguinity in affinity, except with respect to appointments of such relatives to positions considered strictly confidential, or as members of their personal staff whose terms are coterminous with theirs, Mr. Chairman. So ito po yung aking ibig sabihin, Mr. Chairman, ka Eric, at alam na po natin yon, at this is unfair to our fellow citizen. Kaya itong Republic Act 6713 is a covenant between government employees and the people that we serve. After all, it is to them that we owe our office. If you do not tell us the identity of the source, the employee is deceiving the people he is serving. Kay Eric, hindi ba ang namesake ng inyong palabas ay para sa bayan? Tulungan niyo po kami. Tulungan natin ang bayan para malaman po ang katotohanan. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, may I briefly respond to that kind of assertion being prodded by the good Senior Deputy Speaker?
Kailangan ko po na sagot. Sagot, yeah.
Okay, sir. Tama po. I agree to that, sir. That is precisely Senior Deputy Leader, sir, Congressman Gonzales, Mr. Chairman, Congressman Suarez, and the rest of the committee. Kaya po kami araw-araw ay naglalahad ng katotohanan tungkol sa existence of infiltration of the government by the real enemies of the state, pretending to be part of the government. I agree with that kind of provision on ethical conduct and professional conduct of government employees so that our government will be protected. But in this particular sense of the reference source that I am referring to, I think the more primordial interest of providing that information which had been verified today na hindi tumutugma sa katotohanan ng datos mula sa Kongreso is already established. And pangalawa, malinaw po na yung kanyang intent is to ask questions. So without malice on my part, on our part sa Laban Kasama ang Bayan, we provided the question. And again, ulitin ko sa tanong kagina ni Congressman Suarez, do we take responsibility for that inadvertence and failure to conduct proper vetting of the source and the information? Yes po, ulitin namin yan. And if kailangan po ulitin dito sa komitibang ito, ang paghingi po ng pag-unawa, Congressman Gonzales, sir, at Mr. Chairman, tungkol dito sa pangyayari na yan na nasaktan ang integridad ni Speaker Martin Romualdez at ng institusyon ng Kongreso dahil sa ganitong pangyayari, I take full responsibility in behalf of the program anchor and in my personal capacity and even from the station to take responsibility that this is a hard lessons learned na pwedeng makuryente at mapasok tayo kapag hindi nagkaroon ng tinatawag na pag-observe ng due diligence, prudence, and propriety in the source verification. And I'm happy to note with that kind of assertion of the Senior Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, because this is a public interest. That's why I'm asking you po, Mr. Chairman, Eric, kung ito po, sagutin nyo lang po kung pwede. Ito ba secretariat staff or Senate staff? Yun lang po, para at least alam po namin. Para at least ano na po ako.
Nasa Senate po siya.
Boss, pwedeng...
Okay,
yes, may dugtong lang ako. Earlier, you were emphasizing enemies of the state. And disinformation, destroying the very institution that we swore allegiance to protect and uphold, is an enemy of the state. Yung nagbigay sa iyo ng information, false. Destroying the very integrity of the House of Representatives is borderline enemy of the state. Kung susundan ko lang po yung prinsipyong ipinaglalaban ninyo, wala po akong nakikita ang pagkakamali. Kung babanggitin niyo po dito sa kapulungan ito, yung source ninyo. Kasi sa totoo lang po, co-produced yung programa. As much as you take responsibility, SMNI as a network has also big weight on their shoulders to carry with regards to the responsibility of what is aired. So I would just like to reiterate the request of SDS Don Gonzales on this issue.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can I add something? Kasi medyo magulo na yung utak ko kasi Kongreso po to, no? In fact, isang Congress lang to, isang lower, isang upper. Sana yung source nanggaling po dito sa mababang kapulungan. Ang tanong po dito, ba't nanggaling pa doon sa Senate yung source? Kaya that is a big question mark to me and I think to my colleagues. Sana dito nanggaling eh. So parang naglalaro sa isip ko ngayon, parang ba't Senado pa galing yung source? Diba?
Actually, baka nga wala talagang source. Diba? So I mean, we can't validate, verify the statements made by Ka Eric if you're gonna be non-committal. And that's quite unfortunate. But if you will be more truthful and prudent with your answers, I guess we can determine the statements that you have issued, whether or not it has violated the franchise of SMNI, no?
Yes, sir.
So,
thank you po.
Ako, isa na lang po.
So, sino?
Mr. Chairman, okay. Mr. Chairman, isa na lang po talaga. Pili lang po kayo sa dalawa. Secretariat staff of the Senate or Senate staff?
I already stipulated my position. The information will be limited to that, and I will stand on the provisions provided as a protection under the SOTO law.
Or, yes. Okay. So, thank you very much, SDS. Kasi baka...
Thank you, Mr.
tama
Chairman.
nga siya,
Thank you.
sabi nga
Thank
ni
you.
Kong JJ, pwedeng lahat yun, pwedeng wala ron. So, maraming pwedeng mangyari kasi wala nga tayong pangalan. And I think if I understand Kong JJ, this doesn't end here because, you know, in the absence of who, that leaves a very big question. No? And thank you for taking the cudgels. But, you know, like I said earlier, this is about the franchise of the network. This is not about you per se. That's why the question is, was there an infraction? If there's an infraction, what does Congress do? So, yan ho, dun ho tayo pupunta. And how I wish that makompleto po natin yung istorya kung itutuloy nyo yung, maybe if you would like an executive session on this, we're willing to give an executive session on this because that will be very crucial sa magiging desisyon po ng Kongreso. Ngayon, kung wala naman po talaga, huwag na ho kayo magbanggit dahil, diba, wala namang, kasi baka magkakuryentehan na naman. Okay. So ako po nag-iingat din. And I'd like to again to make this clear because you have to understand that this is in aid of legislation and for future all applications. Because there are some lessons learned here for me and for my committee as far as franchises, how franchises should be given and approved by this committee. And definitely a decision will be after, I will have to confirm with my members. And we will call for another hearing tentatively next week. So please, I suggest, prepare those documents. Because if those documents are not yet here, then we will be going around again and uulit-ulitin lang natin itong hearing na to. And we will have to come up with the decisions very pagkatapos sa po ng investigation, mag-decision na kami. Isabit na po yung dokumento, nakikiusap po ako sa inyo na sa lahat ng hiningan, pati ho yung mga resource persons natin na iba, may mga dokumento, Attorney Rico Domingo, yung mga dokumento pong hinihingi po sa inyo, paki-submit MTRCB, yung dokumento na hinihingi po sa inyo, paki-submit po.
Maybe you're recognized, Your Honor.
Yes, Attorney Domingo.
I've been raising my hand because there's an invocation of Republic Act number 53,
which is
amusement's privilege, not to disclose the source of the, but there is an exception to that.
Which is
security of the state. I teach that in law school. So if you can relate that you should demand the disclosure of the identity of that person in the interests of the security of the state, then you can hold that person accountable for it.
Thank you very much. And that's why you'll be invited again next hearing. Okay? Wala pa po tayong, hindi pa po tapos to. So you will get your notices. We're tentatively going to set this on Tuesday. Magsiguraduhin ko lang po na yung kwarto ho natin. Pero this is tentatively set on Tuesday. No? And before I end, we got a letter. I got a letter this morning from a certain Luis Birogo. Subject, letter complaint against Swarma Sug Media Corporation and Sunshine Media Network International. 4 pages here. apat na pahina. And basically what he's cited his demand for the study of the franchise, and he requests that he also be invited in a committee hearing. So please include COMSEC, this person, in the committee hearing. His name is Luis Biraogo. Luis C. Biraogo. Okay? So please, this has been received by the committee. When did you receive? Today. It was received this morning. 11, maybe he found out that we have a hearing, so he came up with this letter. So
Yes, Mr.
yes,
Chair,
thank you.
can I just add lang something very important? I just came to realize an important point. Due to the revelations of Ka Eric, I think we are treading on very dangerous waters when it comes to interparliamentary relationships with the Senate. May I request that the transcripts of the said hearing be forwarded to the Senate for the Senate to respond? Because if this is true, and assuming that tama yung sinasabi ni Ka Eric, may naglalabas ng disinformation laban sa mababang kapulungan. At ang pinaghuhugutan pa nito ay yung kasamahan natin sa Kongreso na na Senado. And I think those are very, very dangerous situation to find ourselves in. So I hope that we can take this seriously, because these are not simple accusations anymore. These are interparliamentary relations between the Senate and the House of Representatives. So if I can request that the transcript be forwarded to the Senate for the Senate to come up with their own response.
On the request of Deputy Majority Leader J.J. Suarez, I direct the COMSEC to submit the transcripts and if they request also for the video of this proceeding to the Senate President and to the Office of Senate President and the committee concerned. So there being no other interpreter in today's session, I'll see everyone next week. A notice will be sent. Any motion? The favorite motion?
Motion to suspend, Mr. Chair.
Adjourn. Adjourn and resume.
Suspend. Yes, suspend.
Mr. Chair, I move that we suspend our hearing and convene on Tuesday.
There's a motion to suspend, duly seconded. Hearing is suspended. Proceed.
Chair. Sa'yo na ako. Isa lang.
Ang dami nito.
Okay na.
Bahala ka sa iba.
Okay na. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Takbo na. Dami ko pang trabaho.